Vinicius Junior. Defending strong and determined. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Haaland. Pressure stays on. That's really well cleared. Foden. Bellingham. Chouameni. Goulet. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. Matches Nunes. Nunes forwards and with intent. Still no way through. The defending here is resolute. And here's Mbappe. Oh, it just wouldn't sit for him.
Rodrigo cannot be faulted for trying. It was asking to be hit just a bit straighter.
Ignoring. Aim forwards.
Well, the moans and groans from the stands now are very audible.
Vinicius Junior. That's an untidy challenge. Free kick given. The referee's awarded a free kick. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior takes a look up. Here comes the cross.
They've certainly set out to cause a problem or two down that left flank. Vinicius Junior clearly looking the key component now with the concentration on width. Really on. It has to start in defence, but the whole team needs a wake-up call.
And here's Mbappe. Bernardo Silva. Yehi. Roti. Matches Nunes. So just a one early goal to report so far. And the score is 1-0. Valverde. Vinicius Junior looks to get on the end of this. And it's Arda Güler. Good take, and is he in? Vinicius Junior. Chouameni. Arda Güler. And here's Mbappe. And that's caused a worry or two.
Mbappe is clearly kicking himself here. He knew that was a great opportunity.
Matches Nunes. Oh, this looks sharp. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Goulet. Asensio. Bellingham. Bellingham gently done. Moved on forwards. Played back in. Semenyo. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Vinicius Junior. Goulet. And here's Mbappe. And he's on his way. Vinicius Junior. Aimed in towards the centre. And it's Bellingham. Valverde. Bellingham. Chouameni. Now it's Goulet. Plenty to aim at here. That was very necessary. Oh, the movement is slick. The speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Cut it out. He can get that clear. And here's Vinicius Junior. Oh, lovely feet. He is such a good mover. Now, what about a counter-attack? And here's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. Goulet. Chouameni. Goulet. Bellingham. Chouameni. Bellingham. Goulet. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe! Foden. That's really well manoeuvred.
Haaland really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
And it's played forward. Rudiger. And he goes cross-field. Rodrigo is onto it in a flash. Haaland. Spread out to the left. Left. Glory. Semenyo. Nice control. Crossed into the box. Cleared away. Haaland. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Asensio. Valverde. Chouameni. Yeah, he's pulled him up for that challenge. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. And he's there to clear it. And it's Valverde. Bellingham. And here's Rodrigo. That's an excellent interception. Out to the left it goes. Semenyo. Valverde. Asensio. Goulet. Bellingham. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Out to the right. Foden. Now here's the header! Oh, not the best of headers. Bernardo Silva. Foden. Goulet. Rodrigo. Mbappe. Bernardo Silva. That's really well manoeuvred. Matches Nunes, gently done. Rudiger gets it away. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Rodrigo. Oh, it's played into the area. And the keeper has it. Foden. Matches Nunes. Shifted upfield. Now it's Semenyo! Rodrigo. Chouameni. And here's Vinicius Junior. He's through, and the finish! Well, that wasn't too dissimilar to the previous attempt.
They're just unrelenting, Peter. Wave after wave of attacks. Now it's just a matter of making at least one of them count.
Vinicius Junior.
Well, that was well positioned and well pitched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Vinicius Junior. And it's Chouameni. Oh, that's nice. Cross goes in there. And that's nice and simple for the keeper. Lofted upfield. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger forwards and with intent. That's a deception. His positioning was spot on. A vicious ball here. Bellingham is the guilty party there. Played out to the right. Vinicius Junior. Aim forwards. Rodrigo. Semenyo. Now it's Haaland. And they can counter here. And it's Rodri. Bernardo Silva played out towards the right wing. It's a promising run he's making on the right. Vinicius Junior did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. And here's Mbappe. Goulet. Vinicius Junior providing an outlet on that flank. Well, they could break here. Now it's Haaland. Bellingham cuts it out. Goulet. Oh, well measured. Well read. The danger is averted. Matches Nunes. Has a look and plays it forward. Calmly anticipates. And here's Mbappe. Rodrigo. Arda Güler. Haaland. And the counter is on. And it's Bernardo Silva. The pressing's intense and it's paid off. Güler. And here's Rodrigo. Oh, this is a great position. Chooses to go back. And here's Güler.
Güler really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Moved on forwards. That's really well manoeuvred. Aim forwards. Nice interception, well timed. Foden. That's a nicely weighted pass.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Rodrigo tries to think it through. Glory. And it's played forward. Güler. Valverde. Valverde forwards and with intent. Quality ball. It's an inviting looking ball, that. Güler. Tchouaméni chips it through. Clearly not happy with that. That's really well manoeuvred. That pass has been well intercepted. Valverde. Tchouaméni. Moved on forwards. Well, that's well seen too. Vinicius Junior. Now it's Tchouaméni. Great defending, strong and determined. Now it's Haaland. Do have a chance to counter here. Foden. That's tidy. And it's Bernardo Silva. Now it's Foden. Hit into the... Oh, what a climb! And oh, he's got that completely wrong. And played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Güler. Semenyo are looking to break at pace. Haaland. And here's Bernardo Silva. That's very disappointing, it has to be said. Ruben Dias gets across to intercept that. Well, that is not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
Well, the pass wasn't good enough, and he knows it.
Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Very nicely done. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Matthews Nunes. And it's played forward.
Haaland really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
And it's Arda Güler. Now it's Mbappe. Mbappe does really well to win the ball there. Semenyo. Semenyo gently done. Rudiger. Güler. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe closing in on goal. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. And it's Arda Güler. Güler. Chouameni. Bellingham. Thinks one through. Tries to get it clear. Ball's over the line, and it is a corner. Real chance! Güler is short. Plenty waiting in the middle. Chouameni. Bellingham. Just more than 15 minutes till half-time. And he's managed to get free. The cross. Gehi can get it. Semenyo. Quality ball. Haaland chasing after it. It's just beyond his reach. Asensio aim forwards. Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe!
Mbappe really had a clever trick to shake off his opponent then, but he's left shaking his own head in disappointment.
Ignoring. Has a look and plays it forward. And he cuts out the supply. Chouameni. Asensio. Bellingham. Asensio. Chouameni. Forwards. And here's Vinicius Junior. And it's Arda Güler. Vinicius Junior. That is lovely. No way through, so back. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior over to the left. And here's Matthews Nunes. Gehi. And it's played forward. That's been drilled forward. Oh, red. Nice interception. Valverde. Asensio. Bellingham. Valverde forwards and with intent. Gula with the foul. Keeper's got good distance. That. Rodrigo gets himself into trouble and he's lost it. And that is as far as they're going to go. Now it's Haaland. Romani aim forwards. Bellingham. Romani. Gula. Romani. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Oh, good spread. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Gehi tries to clear. And it's Valverde. Played out to the right. Chance to... Oh, great header! Harmlessly behind. Oh, this looks sharp. Asensio cuts out the pass. Chouameni moved on forwards. Vinicius Junior. Nice control. Rodrigo. Haaland. Foden. Haaland. Gehi. Ruben Dias. It's an inviting looking ball that. Bernardo Silva. Great defending, strong and determined. Rodrigo. Rudiger. Gula has his eye on that match ball.
Well, I think he's got a great chance of ending up with a match ball, provided he doesn't get too carried away with his own personal target. Now, as long as he keeps working for his team, he should be fine.
And he thumps it clear. And it's played forward. Played into space out wide. Gula. Oh, what a ball! And it's hoisted clear. Oh, it's come loose. Showing good feet. Valverde. That's a good ball. Decent chance! Oh, denied brilliantly.
Vinicius Junior actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Now it's Haaland. He's found a way through. Haaland hurtling down that right flank. Succumbs to the pressure. Valverde. Haaland did well to step in there. That was more than necessary. Can he latch on to this? Oh, That is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Chouameni. Rodrigo. Semenyo. That's really well manoeuvred. So, what can they make of this? Foden. Bernardo Silva. Semenyo. And the ball is out of play. Rudiger. Chouameni shifted upfield, and that's put paid to a promising move. And it's played forward. Asensio makes the interception. Goulet. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Rodrigo made out to the left flank. And it's hoisted clear. And it's Chouameni. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Here's Foden. Lovely bit of skill. And here's Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Out to the right. Played in deep. Keeper has taken decisive action. Moved on forwards. Rodrigo. Has a quick glance. Bernardo Silva. Foden making good progress on the right-hand side. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Looks a foul. Yep, referee's given it. And it's Arda Goulet. Goulet. Might be danger here. That's good play. Valverde. Oh, no shortage of confidence there.
Goulet certainly looked like he fancied himself to pull that off. A bit more composure, it would have been a different story, Peter.
Ignoring. That's really well manoeuvred. Vinicius Junior. Chouameni. That's a look and place it forward. Oh, nicely intercepted. Rudiger, aim forwards. Asensio. Oh, gently done. And it's played forward. That has been cut short. Bellingham. Goulet. It's quite a run he's made. And he's heaved it away. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Semenyo, it's an imaginative pass. Chouameni, Goulet, Asensio. Goulet. Vinicius Junior. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. That's really well manoeuvred. Now it's Bernardo Silva. Foden. Bernardo Silva, made out towards the right wing. Rodri, aim forwards. Goulet. Now that's well seen too. Moved on forwards. Haaland is offering some sort of an apology there.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
Semenyo. It's Bernardo Silva. And that has been cleared. That'll be a corner. Chouameni getting this one clear. Gehi, and he's gone backward here. Foden. And it's hoisted clear. Punched away. Oh, that is asking for trouble. It's a threatening ball. And the shot! A collective sigh of relief from the defence. Asensio. Coming up to half-time, leading, and things are looking pretty good. Rudiger. Goulet. That's really well manoeuvred. That's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. This interception, his positioning was spot on. Asensio, aim forwards. Bellingham. And here's Rodrigo. That's great. Played into the middle. Matches Nunes, shifted upfield. Now it's Semenyo. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. There could be trouble here. But for now, the referee is keeping his cards in his pocket. Rodrigo. And here's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. No messing about. Bludgeoned away. Valverde. Valverde. Flings it across. Can he spark a counter here? Semenyo. Oh, that is a... And he's had a shot! Vinicius Junior. Asensio. And here's Mbappe.
Mbappe really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Semenyo. Rodrigo, who's set up one goal so far. Rodrigo. Mbappe. And it's played forward. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. And it's Arda Güler. Bellingham. Valverde. Time to deliver. Rodrigo, and that's aimed into the middle. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. And now the breakaway. Haaland. He has found a way through. Foden. Good work on the right flank here. Bernardo Silva. Oh, good spread. Foden plays it in. And that has been cleared. Mathias Nunes. Forwards and with intent. Ball's gone out of play. Looking for a decent ball in. Cross goes in there. Güler. Vinicius Junior. Haaland. Now he's off and running. Semenyo. Bernardo Silva. And he's found a way past. Güler. Vinicius Junior, gently done. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's Arda Güler. Mbappe have it back and can go again. Now then, the ball's come loose. Ignoring. Foden. Haaland is onto it in a flash. And it's played forward. And it's Chouameni. here's Vinicius Junior. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Can he find the finish? Mbappe. Semenyo. Moved on forwards. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. And it's gone back to the keeper. Played towards the other side. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior looking up to see who wants it. And here's Rodrigo. Semenyo. Semenyo shifted upfield. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Oh, such a clever touch. Nice physical challenge. Ignoring. Ruben Diaz. Oh, there's a probing ball. Chouameni. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Haaland. And they're not going to make any further progress now. And here's Mbappe. Mathias Nunes. Mathias Nunes. It's a sharp pass. Rodrigo. Goulet. Rodrigo. Oh, easy pickings there. Foden, aim forwards. Rudiger. Now it's Haaland. Great defending, strong and determined. Rodrigo. Arthur Goulet. Rodri getting this one clear. Well timed, excellent interception. Goulet. Vinicius Junior. Yeah, he's fouled him there.
Well, he had to bide his time a bit there, Peter. Needed more targets to aim at in the box.
That'll be a throw. Goulet. Asensio. Asensio forwards and with intent. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's Chouameni. Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. Bernardo Silva. Aim forwards. Asensio gets over and intercepts. Goulet. Matches Nunes, gently done. Foden, Rodri. Matches Nunes, moved on forwards. Cleared away. Gehi. Foden. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Rudiger attempts a clearance. Semenyo does really well to win the ball there. And it's Bernardo Silva. Foden. And here's Bernardo Silva, steaming on goal. Shoots! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Some are shouting for a corner, but the referee says goal kick. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior, now he's off and running. Vinicius Junior. And here's Goulet. And the shot's on here. Haaland. The final seconds now. Gehi. Dory. And it's played forward. Rudiger wins the duel this time. Played out to the right. Foden. And here's Bernardo Silva. Rodri. And here's Bernardo Silva. Lovely feet. Oh, good ball. He's having a shot! Oh, that was a brilliant save.
Semenyo is offering a wry smile there.
Tries to get it clear. Out for a throw. Foden. Oh, the ball's come loose here. Rodrigo. Rodrigo forwards and with intent. He's shifting through the gears here. Rodrigo. And it's Arda Güler. Matches Nunes. Played it long. Calmly anticipates. Bellingham. Valverde. Semenyo. Haaland in acres of space out wide. He came in hard, very hard. Plenty of appeals, but the referee is not interested. Güler. forwards. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Semenyo. And they can counter here. That's really well manoeuvred. Vinicius Junior. And it's Arda Güler. Rodri. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Chouameni. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe. Matches Nunez, gets it clear. And they've got a throw. Vinicius Junior. Güler. Haaland. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Chouameni. Valverde. Rodrigo. Valverde. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Haaland. Foden. And the counter is on. Moved on forwards. Dealt with nicely by the defence. Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. Quality ball. Asensio cuts it out. Rudiger shifted upfield. And it's Arda Güler. Chouameni. Valverde. And they can't read. Chouameni. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe has a shot! Rodri gets rid without sophistication. Get a throw in. And it's Chouameni. Rodrigo. Played out wide. And here's Güler. Donnarumma claims it. And the danger passes. Chouameni. And here's Mbappe. Clipped into space. Gets it away. And a play for a throw. Rodrigo. Arda Güler. And here's Mbappe. Oh, shooting chance! Chance again? No. Rudiger. Asensio. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Goulet. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Rodri. Matches Nunes. Aim forwards. Haaland is onto it in a flash. Vinicius Junior. Chouameni. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Valverde. Glory, driven forward. Rudiger. Glory. And it's played forward. Great defending, strong and determined. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe spread out to the left. Foden. And it's Arda Güler. And here's Mbappe. Now it's Rodrigo. Goes for a shot! That's really well manoeuvred. Rudiger. Chouameni. Goulet. Rodrigo. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Bernardo Silva does really well to win the ball there. Ignoring. That's been drilled forward. The pass has gone astray. Rudiger. Chouameni. Asensio. Asensio, early ball out from the back. Semenyo. Gehi looks to the other side. Oh, can he get onto this? Bernardo Silva. Now it's Semenyo. Rodrigo. Rudiger. Haaland. Now it's Rodri. Wins the duel this time. Vinicius Junior. Moved on forwards. Rodrigo. And here's Mbappe. And it's Arda Güler. Out to the left it goes. Vinicius Junior. Foden. And it's played forward. Haaland. Rodri. Matches Nunes. Matches Nunes. Oh, good looking ball. And here's Haaland. Foden. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's played into the area. And he's there to clear it. Rodri. And here's Bernardo Silva. Matches Nunes. Rodri. Matches Nunes. And he's there to get it away. He is just caressing the ball. Now it's Haaland. Now it's Semenyo. And it's Rodri. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Oh, well measured. Rodrigo is certainly onside here. Goulet with the short one. Fired deep towards the back post. Goulet. Oh, well cut out. No margin for error there at all. Rodrigo. And here's Rodrigo. Chouameni. Rodrigo. Mbappe has a shot! Semenyo. Ruben Dias. Haaland looks to get on the end of this. He is slightly undercooked, that one.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't take out that killer ball.
And here's the chance to counter. Rodrigo does really well to win the ball there. Rodrigo. And it's Arda Güler. Out to the right. Aim forwards. Rudiger. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Rodrigo. Chouameni. Danger averted for now. And claimed it back swiftly. Valverde. Rodrigo. Valverde. Asensio. Chouameni. Belling. Goulet. Chouameni. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Very nicely done. Deftly away. Semenyo. Up towards the front line. Asensio gets across to intercept that. Chouameni. Goulet. Valverde. Rodrigo. Arda Güler. Cross into the box. Donnarumma gets his gloves on it, nice and calm. Mathias Nunes. Mathias Nunes, nicely aimed pass. Vinicius Junior. Asensio. Belling. Rodrigo. Valverde. Rodrigo.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
And here's Haaland. Bernardo Silva. And it's Rodri. Semenyo. And here's Haaland, but not big chance! Turns and goes back. Bellingham did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Rodrigo. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Gets good distance on it. And here's Rodrigo. Valverde picks it up now. Cleared away. There are a few waiting for it. Valverde. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Mathias Nunes. Haaland chasing after it. And he cuts out the supply. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Goulet. Bellingham. It's Arda Goulet. Chouameni. Goulet. And here's Mbappe. Oh, surely! Aim forwards. Well timed, excellent interception. Bellingham. Valverde. Chouameni. Chouameni has been caught there. It's a foul. And the referee has shown him a yellow card. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. The ball is loose and the chase is on.
Bellingham really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Yehi. Moved on forwards. Chouameni. Goulet. And here's Mbappe. Now it's Rodrigo. Mbappe. Mbappe! More pressure on the opposition goal. Rudiger wins the duel this time. Bellingham. Rodrigo.
Really don't seem to be so eager about their pressing just now.
Well, certainly compared to what we saw from them earlier in the game.
Well, I suspect it's a case of searching for a more defensive balance now, Peter.
Mathias Nunes. And it's played forward. It's a mighty looking ball, that. Valverde. He's coming under serious pressure here.
Well, he's profited handsomely already in this match. And at last, their sense of danger has brought them to a possible solution.
Valverde. And here's Rodrigo. And it's Arda Goulet. Valverde. Chouameni. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior picks it up out wide. Can he deliver? Gehi getting this one clear. And here's Rodrigo. Rodrigo, that's been drilled in. Foden, chance here to counter. It's a lovely, neat pass. Asensio gets over and intercepts. And here's Bernardo Silva. Haaland. Chouameni. Semenyo. Great defending, strong and determined. That's really well manoeuvred. Rudiger. Chouameni. Goulart spread out to the left. Rodri.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Chouameni forwards and with intent. And it's Arda Güler. He's well positioned here. Mbappe. Bit of an appeal, but nothing doing. Moved on forwards. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Chouameni. Valverde. Goulart. Chouameni. Now this could be a chance. Belling. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe! Straight at the keeper.
Mbappe really isn't likely to reflect kindly on that. He doesn't need to be told. He knows.
Chouameni. Rodrigo. And it's Arda Güler. And here's Vinicius Junior. Tries to get it clear. Over to the left. Do have a chance to counter here. Semenyo. And here's Bernardo Silva. Oh, he's charged for a shot! It's a carbon copy of the previous miss. And the keeper beats it away. Goulart. He steps in, and that's the end of that. Long ball looking to counter. Rodrigo. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior goes on a charge down the left. Vinicius Junior. Goulart. Belling. And they've got rid. Rudiger have it back and can go again. Blair. Chouameni. Rudiger. Rudiger played up towards the front line. Matches Nunes, aim forwards. Rodri. And here's Semenyo. Foden. Asensio tries to clear. They've played it short. Cleared without complication. Foden. Rodri. Lobbed in behind. And he's there to clear it. Climbs up big. Denied by an instinctive save.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
Shapes to shoot! Oh, that's a waste.
Well, the defence are in a good position to get behind the ball and let them just try from range.
Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Defending of the desperate variety. Asensio. Rudiger. Asensio. Quarter of an hour into the second half. Asensio shifted upfield. And that's a foul. A simple decision for the referee. Dehi. Mbappe. Couler. Vinicius Junior. And it's Arda Couler. And here's Mbappe. Oh, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Valverde. That's clear cut. It's a free kick. Chouameni. Rodri does really well to win the ball there. And it's played forward. Haaland, now he's off and running. Bellingham. Rudiger, head out towards the right wing. Short changes him with that pass. Oh, they could break here.
Haaland really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Rodri concedes a free kick for that. Rodri. That's been drilled forward. Haaland looks to get on the end of this. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. It's a quick ball upfield. That has been cut short. Courtois, one ball by the goalkeeper. Bellingham. Played back to the goalkeeper. Asensio. Played towards the other side. Vinicius Junior is sporting a guilty look after that.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
Rudiger. Chouameni. Asensio. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. It's a sharp pass. That's really well manoeuvred. Rodrigo. Gehi gets across to intercept that. Vinicius Junior. Goulet. Chouameni. Bellingham. Rodrigo. And here's Mbappe. Here's Goulet. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe! Oh, it's come loose. Foden. Oh, can he get onto this? Well played. That has snuffed out the danger. Goulet. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Goulet. Bernardo Silva. Foden. Truthfully, it was hard to see any better outcome there. And that has been cleared. Whistle's gone, that's foul. Well, that is not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
His teammates are really annoyed with that, you know, and they have every right to be.
Valverde. Chouameni. Rudiger shifted upfield. Ruben Dias forwards and with intent. Bernardo Silva wins the duel this time. Valverde getting this one clear. Rudiger, and he goes cross-field. Bellingham. Asensio laid out to the left flank. And it's Arda Güler. Chouameni. Bellingham. Chouameni. Goulet. Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner. Well, the clearance is short. Oh, lovely feed. He is such a good mover. Well, that's surely a foul. Free kick. Valverde. And here's Rodrigo. So who's he picking out? Rodrigo crosses in. Aim forwards. That is lovely. Now who's going to be first to this? Valverde. Caresses it through. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Great defending, strong and determined. Vinicius Junior. Matches Nunes, gently done. And he's there to clear it. Matches Nunes, shifted upfield. Goulet. Valverde. Rodrigo. Valverde. Rodrigo. Crunching tackle. Haaland. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Chouameni. Rudiger. Chouameni. Asensio, who's gone direct here. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. That's a little off target. Haaland, now he's off and running. Ruben Diaz cuts it out. Nouri. That's really well manoeuvred. There'll be a throw-in. Asensio. Rudiger. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Bellingham. Goulet. Rodrigo. Goulet. Back into the middle. Bellingham. Chouameni. Ball is over the line. Foden. Moved on forwards. And that has been knocked clear. Foden. Nouri. Mbappe producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Goulet. Mbappe. Now he's got space here. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Rudiger.
Vinicius Junior.
Rudiger spread out to the left. Chouameni. And it's played forward. And here's Vinicius Junior. And it's Arda Güler. Güler. That's really well manoeuvred. Nicely intercepted.
Valverde.
Valverde shifted upfield. Güler. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Chouameni.
Vinicius Junior.
Bernardo Silva are looking to break at pace. A slightly better ball would have led to a very different outcome there.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
And here's Mbappe. Bernardo Silva tries a measured ball. Well, that's well seen too. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Asensio aim forwards. And he cuts out the supply. Moved on forwards.
Vinicius Junior.
And it's played forward. Rodri, that's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. Haaland chasing after it. Güler. Rudiger. Chouameni. That's really well manoeuvred. Moved on forwards. Well timed, excellent interception.
Valverde.
Güler. Well, there was an element of promise insofar as they kept the ball well, but they did very little with it. His interception, his positioning was spot on. Chouameni. Bellingham. Rudiger. Chouameni. Rudiger forwards and with intent. Well read, nice interception. Semenyo. Bernardo Silva. And here's Semenyo. Semenyo, oh, that's a clever looking ball.
Vinicius Junior.
Güler. Semenyo. It's an exciting looking ball, that. Calmly anticipates. Haaland. Oh, good spread. And it's Rodri. Mbappe. Goulet. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Foden does really well to win the ball there. Matches Nunes. Shifted upfield. Asensio. That's the throw. Semenyo, gently done. Tchouameni is there and he can get that clear. Valverde. Rodrigo. Valverde. Asensio. Tchouameni. And here's Mbappe. Arda Güler. That's a fabulous ball. Deflected behind for a corner kick. And it's been taken short. And it's going to be another corner. Güler plays it short. Valverde. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Rodrigo. Nice physical challenge. Haaland. And here's Bernardo Silva. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. And it's Bernardo Silva. And here's Semenyo. That's tidy. It's a loose ball. Oh, looks like he's been taken out there. And he whips it in. Rudiger getting this one clear. Matthews Nunes. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Knocks it out wide. Asensio attempts a clearance. Tchouameni. Valverde. Asensio, aim forwards. And here's Mbappe. Matches Nunes, gets across to intercept that. Now it's Haaland. Foden. And here's Haaland. Bernardo Silva, played out to the right. Foden has it out wide and in space. He's got options in the box if he gets it. There's the shot! Oh, he's really drilled it. Well, that would have asked some awkward questions of the keeper had it stayed on target. Valverde. Rodrigo. Rodri gets it clear. Moved on forwards. Rodrigo. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Goulet. Searching passes played there. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. And here's Haaland. Semenyo! Dealt with nicely by the defence. And it's played forward. Now it's Haaland. And a chance! And for a moment, time stood still. Valverde. And here's Haaland. Semenyo. Now here's the delivery. That has been knocked clear. Tchouaméni. Closing in on the last quarter of an hour. Rodri. Oh, that's well done. Really robust. That's really well manoeuvred. Rudiger attempts a clearance. Bellingham. Rudiger shifted upfield. Matches Nunes, driven forward.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Bernardo Silva. Tchouaméni. Valverde. Tchouaméni. Bellingham. And it's played forward. Moved on forwards. Bernardo Silva. Looking here to chip it through. Expertly cut out. Really nicely done. That's really well cleared. Takes a shot! Ruben Diaz cuts it out. Aim forwards. And he's there to clear it. Well, the boss won't be happy about that at all. They were pedestrian in possession and carried almost no threat at all. Rodrigo. Tchouaméni. Bellingham. Bellingham forwards and with intent. And it's Bernardo Silva. That looks a good ball through. Valverde cuts out the pass. Well, he was clearly disappointed with that pass.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't take out that killer ball.
And he welcomes it. Haaland! And that's a a real chance missed.
Well, that miss could really prove costly. They don't want to be missing too many of those.
It's a mighty effort!
Valverde attempts a clearance. I'll tell you, Peter, the keeper owes him big time there. He's lucky his mate was wide awake to that.
Chouameni. That's really well manoeuvred. Well played. That has snuffed out the danger.
Rodri. Matches Nunes. Gently done.
And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Bellingham.
Valverde.
Goulet. And here's Mbappe. Succumbs to the pressure. Yeah, that does look a foul if he's given a free kick.
Matches Nunes with the clearance. Asensio. Valverde.
Rodrigo. Goulet. Bellingham. Chouameni. Goulet. Purring through the gears. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. And it's played forward. Rudiger gets over and intercepts.
Valverde.
Rodrigo. Goulet. Bellingham. Bellingham shifted upfield. Semenyo. Oh, there's a probing ball. And he cuts out the supply. He's in a great position here. Foden. Tries to get it clear.
Valverde.
Aim forwards. Goulet. Rodrigo. Goulet. Rodri producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Moved on forwards.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Oh, Red, nice interception. Semenyo. And he thumps it clear. It is a corner. Bellingham gets it away. Rudiger. And that is a little undercooked. Bernardo Silva. Haaland. Shot at goal! Tries a deft little ball. The pressing's intense and it's paid off. Quality ball. And he's straight offside. Hoisted upfield by the keeper. Goulet. Vinicius Junior. Rodrigo. Rodrigo! And that would have been game, set and match.
Rodrigo clearly furious with himself there. They looked for all the world like they were going to go 3-up.
Goulet is short. Up towards the front line. Oh, can he get onto this? Rudiger. Chouameni. And it's Arda Goulet. Goulet. Oh, well cut out. No margin for error there at all. Rodri. Out to the right. Bernardo Silva. Rodri forwards with intent. Valverde tries to clear. Bernardo Silva. Played back in. Goulet. Bellingham did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Tries to get it clear. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. Bellingham. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's Bernardo Silva. Proves too strong. Rodrigo. Goulet. Rudiger. Chouameni. Chouameni chooses to go cross-field. Now it's Mbappe. And here's Rodrigo. Rodrigo. And that's a good ball. Vinicius Junior. And that has been cleared. Oh, they could be caught out here. And here's Bernardo Silva. And it's Nunez. And he's heaved it away. It's a throw. Now it's Foden. Oh, smashing header! And no, he couldn't find the finish. Rudiger. Goulet. Chouameni. And it's played forward. Goulet. Rodrigo. And here's Mbappe. Rodrigo. Clears it away. Ignoring. Oh, this looks sharp. That pass has been well intercepted. Vinicius Junior! Oh, that is rather wayward.
Good piece of opportunism there, but wasn't able to turn it home in the end.
Rodrigo. Asensio. Chouameni. Rudiger. Rudiger, long ball upfield. Chouameni. Vinicius Junior. Goulet. Bellingham. Goulet. Gets it away. And reclaimed it in a trice. Ignoring. Aim forwards. Rodrigo wins the duel this time. Valverde. Asensio. Out to the left it goes. And it's Arda Güler. Bernardo Silva. That's a look and plays it forward. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. And here's Foden. Chouameni defending his corner stubbornly. Stood up very well to his man. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Goulet. Oh, there's a probing ball. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Mbappe. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Ruben Dias. Driven forward. Haaland chasing after it. Vinicius Junior. Had a foul? Yes, the referee's given it. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. And here's Vinicius Junior. Oh, nice touch. Vinicius Junior's cross. Yehi. Ruben Dias. It's a lovely, neat pass. Well timed, excellent interception. Rodrigo looks to get on the end of this. Could be danger here. Ruben Dias, nicely aimed pass.
Haaland really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Moved on forwards. He steps in, and that's the end of that. Ruben Dias. That's been drilled forward. That has been cut short. Rudiger. Rudiger, gently done. Vinicius Junior. And it's Arda Güler. Bellingham. Goulet. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. disappointed with that. Bellingham. Chouameni. Goulet. Chouameni. That's really well manoeuvred. Ruben Dias goes forward. Clearly not happy with that. Valverde. Moved on forwards. Valverde can get it clear. Ruben Dias. And it's played forward. And that has been cleared. And that'll be a goal kick. Asensio. Bellingham, and the keeper's got it again. Vinicius Junior. Chouameni. Goulet. Oh, that's a foul. Free kick's been given. Bellingham. Arda Güler. Foden. So, what can they make of this? Ignoring. Aim forwards. Rodri forwards and with intent. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Chouameni. Courtois sends that a long way. And here's Haaland. That's a deception. His positioning was spot on. Chouameni. The final 5 minutes. Bellingham gently done. Rodri. Up towards the front line. Asensio makes the interception. It's run loose here. Great defending, strong and determined. It's Arda Güler. Chouameni. Mbappe. Oh, good take in a good area. Vinicius Junior. Goulet. Bellingham. Valverde. Valverde with the cross. Semenyo. Bernardo Silva. Ignoring. Moved on forwards. Goulet. Valverde. Chouameni. Asensio. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior is onto it in a flash. Ignoring. Quality ball. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. It's Bernardo Silva, over to the left. Now it's Rodri, chooses to go back. Natchez Nunes. Foden. Does really well to win the ball there. Oh, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined.
Foden, well, they're labouring their way towards the opposition goal here, Peter, and this needs a much livelier solution.
Goulet. Bellingham. Asensio. Valverde shifted upfield. Looking here to chip it through. Tries to get it clear. Oh, that's neat. Rodrigo carries the ball down the right. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Asensio. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Rodrigo. Goulet. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Asensio. Chouameni. Goulet. Vinicius Junior. And here's Mbappe. Now it's Rodrigo. Foden. Natchez Nunes. Haaland chasing after it. Nicely intercepted. Chouameni.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Natchez Nunes. That's really well manoeuvred.
Haaland really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
And here's Haaland. Oh, he's caught it now. It's a free kick. Valverde, and it's played forward. Bellingham. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's Arda Güler. Bellingham. Chouameni. Güler.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Oh, this looks sharp. Chouameni. Rudiger. Chouameni. Asensio. Asensio forwards and with intent. Semenyo shifted upfield. Semenyo. He's in plenty of space here. showing good feet. Aimed in towards the centre. And that has been clubbed away. That's surely a foul. Free kick. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning.
Well, with him already been on a yellow, he should know much better than that.
Keeper's got good distance on that. Semenyo. Ignoring. It's a lovely, neat pass. Well, that's well seen too. Aim forwards. Haaland laid out to the left flank. Time is desperately short now, but it is a corner. Bernardo Silva with the short one. And here's Bernardo Silva. Hit into the middle. Bellingham can get it clear. Chouameni. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior looks to get on the end of this. Time added on will be 2 minutes. And it's Bernardo Silva. Out to the left it goes. Ignoring. Rodri. Semenyo. And here's Haaland. Rodri. Comes under pressure and it's come loose. Goulet. Bellingham. Chouameni. Asensio. Spread out to the left. Short changes him with that pass. Moved on forwards. Asensio attempts a clearance. That's really well manoeuvred. Oh, such a clever touch. Bernardo Silva. Semenyo. Hefty challenge, but fair enough. Oh, we expected better, and so did he. Chouameni. Goulet. Bellingham. Valverde. Rodrigo. And it's Arda Goulet. This looks promising. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Foden. Matches Nunes. And it's played forward. Muscular approach does pay off here. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Bernardo Silva. Aim forwards. Well played. That has snuffed out the danger. Chouameni. Asensio. Bellingham. Asensio. Asensio, gently done. Here's Mbappe. Foden. And here's Haaland. There's the whistle. Jim, who do you reckon is pivotal?
Well, Peter, over the years, I've seen some great defensive leaders, and this guy, Ruben Dias, lives up to all of that, especially the way he just dictates where he wants his teammates to be positioned. Just always seems to...
He ran himself into trouble there. Free kick given away. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Chouameni receives it in a good position here. Vinicius Junior.
Less if he was 16 or 66, he was bringing him on to win the game. At which point Kelly said to him, if he was 66, he wouldn't be being brought on to win the game, which was a very fair point. The freedom is something that I think those of us who have never played professional football always can, on the one hand, understand, Russell, but on the other hand, go, I can't even begin to get my head around how you're 16 and you come on in a Premier League game with the title on the line and you have freedom. Because to those of us that haven't trained for that, it's nerve-wracking. But it's the other way for the kids.
Yeah, but they haven't lived too many moments in front of a crowd that have gone wrong. So the freedom gets taken away bit by bit, whether it's by coaches, like you see it in under 10s, under 11s football, when kids are shouted at by their parents or their coach for doing something or trying something, and all of a sudden the next action is not quite as brave. Or like I have two young boys, and my biggest thing with them when they play football is just try stuff. Just even if you make mistakes, go again, try again. And it's the sign of the best players. I think they're the ones, even throughout their career, you start with, you come on as win-win. You can try and make something happen. If you do it special, if you don't, no problem, because no one's expecting. You're young, you get given a bit of allowance, a bit of freedom to make mistakes. The hardest bit then is as they turn 17, 18, 19, 20, to maintain that level of courage to keep trying things. And like the best players I've ever played against or played with are the ones that will continue. I remember playing against Steven Gerrard at Anfield, and he's getting booed up a couple of straight passes off the pitch, and the next one he hits was a daisy cutter on the floor to Luis Suarez. He scores, and I remember him turning around at the crowd as if to say, like, what now? So the best players find a way to, and also the best coaches find a way to keep that courage in their players. So Max right now, incredible talent. The biggest challenge will be if it doesn't quite go well. If there's a few games where he doesn't play so well, doesn't contribute, then how do you react to them moments and continue playing with that level of freedom? And freedom comes with clarity, and it comes with conviction. So if you have a coach with that with you and maintain that as a player, it becomes much easier to maintain.
Because you do see it, Chris, don't you? You do see that bravado of youth disappear with so many players over time. That sort of willingness to run at people, the willingness to take people on, the willingness to try something different. You become safer as you get older.
Well, maybe you do. I think some players do, some players don't. But the early experiences are really enormous for all players. I remember when I was young, it's about taking your opportunity. Had he just gone onto the pitch and had a couple of touches, not really influenced the game, that probably would have been in the manager's head. About should he throw him on again? Should he should he start him? What impressed me most about him, and I've not seen a lot of him, I've heard his name doing the rounds for a while now, and he's played up in the age groups and what have you. But physically, the way he ran, his balance, the way he moved. I can remember my knees and arms going everywhere at 16, and the way that he was. I mean, it was so impressive. And you think there's so much development to come with that. He's nowhere near what he will be in 3 years in terms of his physical development. But that was what impressed me, most about him.
Rory's back.
I think I'm back.
Yeah, you are. Perfect.
My apologies. Well, I've also repeat anything that Russell and Chris have said.
Well, let's see what you say, and then we'll tell you.
Well, the question you asked me 10 minutes ago, Shepard, was about the kind of feeling around the club.
We've talked about that.
And I think that is significant, just that sense of having a different story other than just the, that kind of grind to get to the title. It's now kind of, there's something about you having a young player that fills a fan base with excitement regardless. And when it's someone as talented as Downman, that is kind of magnified. But the other thing I think that needs to be said is that I think Arteta's handled him really, really well. I don't know, tell me at any point if I'm repeating what Russell and Chris have said. But
everything so far, but it's all right.
Fine. But they kind of gave him that first, it's almost like they confronted the hype around him in the summer. And he was in a couple of matchday squads and he played a couple of games and they got that out of the system almost. And then obviously there's been an injury, but Arteta's taken it quite slow since then. And I think it's been quite smart.
What do you mean they got that out of the system? What do you mean?
Well, I think
by that?
when you've got a player, I'd first heard Max Downman's name, and Chris and Russell, you probably would have been quicker than me, but his name's been around for a couple of years. Like, people have been saying that Arsenal got a kid in the system for a long time. And I think the fan base were probably expecting this to be the year that he would come through, and then obviously he's kind of they know he's training with the first team squad, and you then hear stories or suggestions that the players themselves are really impressed by his ability. I think it creates this kind of buzz around him, which you can either shrink away from a little bit and think, okay, we need to protect him from this entirely, or you can kind of expose him to it in stages, because you're going to have to confront it at some point. And I think Arsenal have handled that really smartly, so that now he's had a chance to develop physically a bit. He'll have been training with the first team for about 9 months now, and I think that means that when he does kind of start to get minutes in the Premier League, you end up with a player who's maybe much more ready for it than he would have been had they thrown him in straight away, or if they'd waited too much longer.
I don't necessarily agree with that, because it's you're sort of saying, well, they blooded him earlier on in games and were waiting for this moment. I suspect it was just a case that it felt like the right time, but the right time could have been 3 months ago had Mikel Arteta seen it that way. I don't necessarily think that they waited for this particular moment and that was part of the plan. I think from Mikel Arteta's position, he's just thinking about winning games and the best way to win games, and the biggest influence off the bench in that moment. We're gonna throw him on and see what he does.
No, but the interesting point, I suppose, that Rory makes is a lot of clubs will have a kid in their academy or under 18s or under 21s that there is a buzz about. Doesn't matter whether you're in the Premier League, the Scottish Premiership, Championship, maybe League One. And Michael Carrick was asked about one of the kids in the Manchester United youth team, pre-match, I think, or in the build-up to the Aston Villa game. It's how the club as a whole deals with that buzz. So, I mean, you must have gone into virtually every club you've been at and been told on the day you arrived, oh, there's a kid in the academy.
Yeah, we had it with Tyler Dibbin at Southampton, just like a recent example for us. So for the first year I was there, we were told he's nearly ready. He's physically, he's fantastic. He's an excellent player. So he trained with us pretty much every day. Sam Ammo now is at Strasbourg as well, the same. Jayden Magoma actually took to Rangers with me. We're training. They were 16, all of them. But it is about the right time. And with Tyler, we just always felt Sam Ammo actually played some games with us early on and did really well. And then it's about the depth of the squad. It's about the players who play in their position. You can be really unlucky as a young player if you're a really exceptional talent, but there's no pathway for you because the 2 players they have in your position are outstanding. Like it all depends. So much of it is circumstantial. But like Chris said earlier, you have to be ready to take your opportunity. So the boxes that we're looking to tick, physically, can you do it? And at 16 is really difficult. So training with the first team from the age of 15, 16 helps a lot because you get a bit more used to the speed. Technically, tactically, there'll always be stuff as a young lad you need to improve, but technically you're there for the reason they believe you can train with the first team, so that's there. But it always comes down to the mentality and the psychology of the player, the young player. Can they deal with being in the limelight at a club like Arsenal? For us with Tyler, it was, can he deal playing in a team that needs to win to get promoted? So we played him in the cup games because we felt the options we had for the league, but it was always with the plan of next year Tyler's going to be one of the main people. Then people have to trust you. So I'm sure that's been the case with Max. There'll be a plan, but then to stick to plan, and it's never a straight line with young players either. There'll be moments where it fluctuates, maybe fatigue, injuries, all this stuff comes into it. But it is about taking your opportunity at that moment, and he did the other day, and it was brilliant.
Let me just go back to something you said earlier as well, because Wayne Rooney made this point on Match of the Day last night, that the
can be as brave as you are at 16, 17, 18. And it goes back to your freedom point. He said, is that because you can go on a run and lose the ball, and nobody is really should be shouting at you because you're 16, 17. All of a sudden, if you've got them 3 years under your belt and you're 19, 20, and you go on a run and lose the ball, you might get more people shouting at you. And that goes back to your bravery point as well, that then people start to change their natural game.
Yeah, expectation. When that increases, fear increases as well a lot of the time. So what do people expect from you? What do you expect from yourself after building up a certain amount of games and a bit of experience? So it's really protecting a young player internally and building trust and security internally from all the external stuff. Because the problem should never come internally. They should always be really clear of what you expect of them as a coach, really clear of their behaviours you expect, and you're all really clear on their talent level. It's got them in there, so it's opened the door for Max. Same with any young player.
So do you basically say to Tyler Dibling, be yourself?
Yeah, you're in the. It's like, but it's to enable him to be himself. By the way, all the time, because I will. You can trust me that I will have your back. See, when I send you from training in the first year 3 or 4 times, it's not for me. It's for you to understand. At the minute, you're not ready, and you're frustrating me because you're not quite there today, and you're young. So I don't expect you to be there every single day. So then by the time we planned, he was our best player in the Premier League, probably. Him and Matthias Fernandes, another really young player who's at West Ham now. But it was because Tyler felt comfortable and secure. So it's about, and it's not protecting from everything, you can't, but making sure that externally, whatever people are saying, that you're on track all the time inside the building. This is why you fell short this week. Maybe this is why you're brilliant. We need to work on some of this. And it's being really clear from that. And the internal security at any club is the biggest factor if you can protect the young players from what's been said on the outside. When expectation increases on the outside, or even criticism increases, media scrutiny, because the story becomes so big.
Chris?
Yeah, and just on the sort of free hit thing when you're younger, I mean, it was such a big game. He wouldn't have got away with it had he sort of played a poor pass and Everton would have gone on and won the game. Arsenal fans would have been panning him.
What?
Well,
no, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
They would, because of how tense they are about the title race. But
they wouldn't. I'm sorry, they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
They would.
They wouldn't. I'm going to WhatsApp you.
But everything Russell said, I agree with. Temperament is such a big thing, and training with the first team players, being in and around people like Declan Rice, keeping them on the straight and narrow. The confidence would have been there, but to go out and showcase that and show you can do it, and now for him the challenge is going to be the expectation levels from Arsenal fans. They'll be expecting every time he walks onto the field that he'll be able to change a game and influence a game as he did do in that short space of time. So that's the pressure which comes with being a young player. But I think that freedom is there for everything that Russell has said. He hasn't had a bad experience. Yeah, it's when you have your sort of bad experiences when that temperament really gets tested.
And I think it's the fact that he's so young still, isn't it? That, in 2 years' time, he will still be a really young player. He'll still only be 18. That's just pure maths.
3 years, he'll be 19.
In 3 years, we could do this all night, Chris. This is solid ground. This is getting you back on the straight and narrow. And I think that there's a risk of impatience, I guess, that when a player has had all that buzz about him before he's even played, when he then makes his debut so young, when he goes and straws at 16 years and 73 days, and he's kind of got this place in history now. As a fan, and maybe not next, you maybe don't expect him to start against Leverkusen this week or in the Carabao Cup final, but you'll probably start next season. There'll be people, when they're kind of constructing their kind of what will our team look like, Matt Stanley will be featuring for people maybe more than he actually will, and there'll be a bit of pressure on that.
I don't know.
There'll be a bit of pressure on him to perform. And it's easy to forget that have I gone again?
Yeah, you had gone again, yeah. We'll let you try and sort that out.
Someone hacking through your wires. Rory, what's going on there?
Well, we've taken about, so we'll try and find that out. The final thing on this is you made the point, Russell, then of all the luck that has to go into it and who might be in your position ahead of you. And actually, the precarious nature of this, I'm not trying to be a downer here at all, but the precarious nature of this for young players is this time last year, Wanyeri was actually one of the young players at Arsenal with the buzz, and he's had to go out on loan because Madueke came in as well, and Eze came in. So those, whether it's a wide or whether you're going to be in a 10 or whatever, that competition gets harder and harder. And it can, again, I'm not being downer, but it's just how this path to superstar footballer is not linear.
It looks different for everyone as well. So in one area, it might have been a mutual decision that he needs to play more minutes. He really played more football. Because if Max Dalman is still giving us moments like the other day and not starting lots of games in 2 years' time, he's still well ahead of pretty much everyone else in his age group. But if he's had a year and a half of getting moments and he's becoming frustrated not playing first team football, or the club want him to play more first team football because the people in his position doing so well, then maybe he goes on loan as well. It's just the journey is so different for everyone. But the fact he's taking his opportunity so early would suggest maybe, it's going to be more of that, but you just don't know. And injuries, and the club will reinforce again in the summer, I'm sure, especially if they win, then they need to try and regain the title and all of that. So so much of it's just being prepared for what's given to you, and he can only take the opportunities he's given at the moment.
Russell, and the point you make, Mark, so just about Mikel Arteta, you said about Wanyeri, Lewis Skelly was, it really nailed that position. And it just, Arteta is in a position where he wants to win titles, he wants to win Champions League. So, he's, while in the sort of background, he'll be thinking about Max Dalman's development. He has to be absolutely ruthless. You think about Phil Foden for years at Manchester City. We've debated that many times. Should he have gone out on loan? He wasn't getting enough game time. So, for the player himself, it's a very difficult balance that in terms of his decision making. You can imagine, how he feels at this moment in time, and he'll be naturally be thinking, well, next season I should be getting more game time. It's not as simple as that. So, that is one to watch how his career path goes, and whether he's getting regular game time or how this really pans out.
Russell Martin, Chris Sutton, and occasionally Rory Smith on the Monday Night Club this evening. You can watch us on the iPlayer. You can watch us on the BBC Sport YouTube channel as well. You can comment on there, mnc@bbc.co.uk. If you want to send us an email, and you can find us on socials as well. Manchester United, a third, 6 points clear of sixth after they beat Aston Villa 3-1 yesterday. Casemiro got the opener. Bruno Fernandes now has 16 Premier League assists for the season. And if you throw in Kobbie Mainoo as well, that's a balanced Manchester United midfield, isn't it, Chris?
Yes, it's balanced. I don't think there's any... I think we all expected when Bruno Fernandes was played in his best position that naturally you'd get the best out of him, and that's what has happened. I mean, it is sort of staggering, thinking about how Ruben Amorim played him, and as one of the two in the central midfield area, and now he's playing up one, has that insurance of Casemiro and Mainoo behind him, that he's influencing games as we all expected him to.
Rory, let's try again.
Let's give it a go.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, chappers? I can't see you anymore. It's like I'm just talking to myself. Yeah, I think that there is a natural... I should really be very short on everything I say. I think there is a nice natural balance to this United midfield. Carrick has found amazing success in putting players in positions that they're used to and that they like, and where he can get the best out of them. He's made it look quite simple. I'm sure it isn't, but he's made it look that way.
Has he?
Definitely. So there's more balance. As Chris said, Bruno's actually playing in a position where he could affect games now, and he has more of a free role. Kobbie Mainoo and Casemiro are playing much closer together now. So there's way more like central progression with the ball. So, and it was something that Michael and his Middlesbrough team were very good at, was overloading midfield, trying to hurt teams through the middle of the pitch. Kobbie Mainoo is very progressive. Casemiro the same. Bruno roams a little bit and then can join him with a press where he's much freer to go and actually affect the opposition again. I still think sometimes the two of them get left alone a little bit when Bruno does jump and go and press. They can get left alone out of possession, but in possession with the ball, the team looks so much more balanced. And I think Kobe Mainoo actually every week now, I see him getting more confident, playing his way back in, being a bit more progressive. He can run past players with the ball, but they're always looking now. That's the difference. I think they're always looking. And before, there was two of them in the middle of the pitch, whoever it was, and very often just looked completely like there was the gap between the middle of the pitch for them and the rest of the team was huge. And now, just much more solid and much more fluid.
So when you look at it tactically like that, is that was Casemiro hung out to dry a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. If you look at what he brings and the experience, but there are going to be limitations physically out of possession a lot for sure. So when he is playing, it's just one of the two is very difficult. Now, actually, Man U with Ahmad and Kuna as well have 5 players in the middle of the pitch a lot. They roll inside and really try and overload. So by default, when you lose the ball, there's a lot more players around Casemiro than there were before, way more. So, one, they control the ball a bit more. I think they're better with it. And now, out of possession, they have a few more bodies around it that help protect those guys for sure.
What would you do, Chris, with Casemiro going forward? Because that seems to be the big debate at the moment.
Yeah, I don't really get the debate. Really, I think he's. I think that under Amrim he was really exposed. I think under Carrick, I think all his the numbers have improved. His performance level has improved under Carrick, but so has the Manchester United team. But I think this is a bit of sort of sentimental guff as much as anything. You know, he's done okay, but I do think he's had his day. You know, I do. And if Manchester United want to really move forward, you know, as a club, Casemiro isn't the future, you know, for that. You know, he's just absolutely not. He's been a great player. You know, you give your right arm to have a career like him, but you know, he's just it comes to us all. He just doesn't have the the legs which he once had. And if Manchester United want to move to that next level, and they're doing pretty well, you know, they're doing okay under Michael Carrick with Casemiro in the team, but yeah, he's not for next season.
I just think, yeah, if on the pitch, definitely his role will probably reduce and become smaller. It should do at his age, but with Manchester United for years now, I've been talking about a lack of leadership, lack of cultural architects, if you like, strength in that. So if they see huge value in him there to help the young players like Kobe Mainoo and guys like that, the players that are going to come through, because they have a lot of talented young players, then maybe it's worth keeping him around. But then maybe he's not very happy with that role. Maybe he wants to go and enjoy the sun somewhere and finish it. Yeah, he doesn't want to be in rainy Manchester all the time. He's the career he's had and not playing every week. So there's so much that comes into it. I think you make decisions as a club. Is he going to help us on the pitch a huge amount next year? If he's not, can he help us off it? But who knows what the discussions have been.
He probably wouldn't want to be sort of, or he'd want £350,000 a week or something like that, and just to be good in the dressing room.
Yeah, it's good money for a cheerleader.
I don't. Yeah, I doubt they'd pay that.
Well, I won't say anything sarcastic there. Go on, Rory.
I was going to say, I think the other thing that you have to factor in with Casemiro is that this season, the way it's panned out with United being out of both cups and not in Europe, is ideal for a player of his age. That they're not playing that frequently. I think was it 11 days before this game, then they've got Bournemouth on Friday, and then they've got another big long break. It will be different next season when they're in the Champions League and hopefully they go further in both domestic cups. But then I do think Russell's right that it's one of those where you wonder if they might say to him, look, is there a point where the money and the game time is right, because he would be a valuable person to have around the club. It might be that he thinks, right, this is my last chance to move. I can go to Saudi, I can go to MLS, I can go, wherever it might be, Italy, and get a big contract or a big-ish contract. And that is, enjoy the sunshine, be a bit warmer, kind of have another stage in my career. That makes perfect sense. That's his prerogative. But I think United would be losing something if Casemiro is allowed to walk away at the end of the season, and I can see why they would want to maybe keep him around now more than they did maybe 6 months ago.
I think Gary Neville said yesterday, Russell, that he doesn't think he should be kept on and moved on, but that United are going to need at least 2 more midfielders this summer to bring in terms of an enforcer type, all action type, and also in terms of a creative type.
Definitely, I'd agree with that completely. I think they've got one of the best players in the Premier League in Bruno Fernandes. I really believe that. I think, and considering he's not played in what you would regard as a top team for the last few years, we know it's a top club. They haven't performed like a top team, but his ability level and his performance level and his consistency levels and he's an outstanding player. And they need more like that. They need for sure at least two. If you look at the midfield, the way they want to play, maybe they'll go somewhere else in terms of the manager and stuff like that. But they'll need to really compete. They need some more depth than they've got.
Do you think he's got the credit he has deserved over the years, Bruno Fernandes? And when you've played against him, when your teams have played against him, how have you set up to deal with him?
He's he's one like you hate playing against him. He's always in the ref's ear. He's screaming and shouting at everyone, but I think he's one of them you love in your team. Like he's a winner, he's a fighter. He'll take the ball anywhere. I think that's the best bit about him. You can give him the ball anywhere and he'll look after it, or he'll want the ball regardless of the situation. So I think he leads in a very different way to like your archetypal leader. He leads by example. He wants the ball. He wants to make things happen. I think we've just discussed their midfield there, and we really didn't speak about how good he was. It was about Casemiro and Kobe Mainoo coming back, but he is an outstanding player, and I'm sure he'll want to see outstanding players be brought in and around him that can feed him the ball more often.
Wayne Rooney said last night, Chris. Sorry, I was just going to say, Wayne Rooney said last night, Chris, and you can tell me whether this is more sentimental, Guff, that he thought he was the player of the year.
Well, that's Wayne Rooney's opinion. He's entitled to it.
What do you think of it?
I mean, it's an interesting one. Do I think he's player of the year? No, I'd probably say Declan Rice. Would probably edge him, but that's what I think. Wayne Rooney thinks another thing. I'm not going to fall out about something like that.
I wasn't suggesting you did. It was just merely what did you think about that? That was
his influence on the United team, is there for all to see. Just on the Casemiro thing hanging around. Sorry to go back to that. I just wonder how Casemiro, if with what he's done in his career, whether I'm not saying he'd be a bad influence around the club. I'm not saying that, but if you're leaving him out of the team, he's the type of player who's going to want to sort of play, isn't he? If you sort of get where I'm coming from in that sense, so it's not always as simple as keep him here because he'll be good in the dressing room. It could be one of those players who's awkward because he's desperate to play. It's not as clear cut as that.
He'd have to agree to the role, for sure. But I think a player of that age, the discussions would very heavily involve what he is looking to do and what players that hang around the club because they want to go into coaching. Maybe they stay for a year or I think back to Johnny Evans stayed and then he went back there, didn't he? And he did a brilliant job filling in, but he knew he wanted to be in and around the club. And so I think players very much it dictates he'll be dictated by what he wants. Like if he wanted to stay and earn some money and be around it and play every now and again, but be brilliant for the young guys, then fair play. But maybe like Rory said, he wants to be off in the sun somewhere earning brilliant money and playing every week. So it will depend on what he wants, I think.
You look quizzical, Rory.
Yeah, no, I think it's right. I suppose the conversation that they'll have to have with him is, do you want to, I mean, if they're in the Champions League, that'd be, say they play 60 games next season, 55, 60, they basically have to say to him, will you stay on whatever wages he's on now? I doubt he'll take a pay cut. Footballers generally don't like taking pay cuts, in my experience.
How do you know that?
Well, how many pay cuts did you take in your career, Chris?
A couple.
Okay.
Quite frankly, it's none of your business.
Generally, it's not a great negotiating stance with a player who has achieved what Casemiro has achieved to say, we will pay you less money. But they might be able to say, look, well, they might be able to amend it a bit, but he's not going to play for free is what I mean. But the calculation is, will you stay and play 15 or 20 games here because it's at a higher level, more prestigious, whatever it might be, or do you want to go to a league that is less prestigious and a club that's less kind of world-renowned and play 40 or 50 games a season for similar, more, less money, whatever it might be? And that's basically comes down to Casemiro. I do think he would have a value to keep him around, but at the same time, what Carrick has done at United in 2 months, effectively, is trying to give them a platform to build from so that whatever they do this summer, they should be now back in the Champions League. They can offer that to players. They should be able to make their kind of financial might tell a little bit more. So in a way, Casemiro will be earning good money. It's maybe not a bad time for them to go their separate ways and United to take that money from his salary and invest it in players who are in their early or mid-20s and will be the kind of bedrock of United in years to come, whereas Casemiro is inherently coming to the end of his career, whichever way you slice it.
And for Michael Carrick, actually, it's, you know, if he carries on with the job which he's doing and the form that Manchester United are in, he's better off to sort of cut ties, isn't he? To let sort of this run its course rather than sort of Casemiro lingering around, because, you know, that could possibly, if he holds them back next season, Carrick says, oh, you know, sentimentally give him another year, and he holds them back, that's going to be on him, isn't it?
The one final thing in all of this is that Michael Carrick has basically played the same team ever since taking over. There's been the odd change because of injury. There's been either Sesko in or Ahmad in. His changes to every starting 11 per game is under one, on average, obviously. And Amarim's was over two on average. I suppose you would say, would you, that he has the luxury at the moment of being able to keep a settled team because the games are not few and far between, but it's one a week.
I think, yeah, slightly different circumstance, but also cohesion is so important. It never felt really under Ruben, the team. It didn't feel like the relationships had built. There was a lot of change. There was people playing or a formation and a system that was stuck to regardless of the personnel and how much it suited the personnel. So he's playing a formation that suits the personnel much better. He's got people playing in their positions, and actually giving people time to build some relationships, which only helps. If you think about Man City this year, the amount of change their team has had, new players trying to integrate them, that's definitely hurt the team in terms of cohesion and relationships and consistency.
Liverpool
exactly the same. And then you look at teams like Villa, who, when their strongest 11 is out, they've played together a long time. But then you take out a couple of players of injury, Tielemans, when John McGinn doesn't play, they're not quite the same because they haven't got the depth of a Man City or a Liverpool. But cohesion is so, I think, undervalued and actually underestimated, and probably is not as easily evidenced or tangible for people outside of the club. So in the club, you get scores based on relationships and how productive certain people are playing together or next to each other, how many points you've got when certain players are playing in the team together. So all of that is at your disposal.
You'd have that, would you? What if you, like, I don't know, if you clicked sort of right back and right centre half, if they every time they played,
I've always asked for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's important to understand because your eyes and your bias can sometimes lie to you. So I think as a head coach, it's really important to have all of the data and the evidence you can possibly muster. So like, if you look at centre-half partnerships throughout the years and how important they've been to teams, and the number 6 role, now the two midfielders at Manchester United, how close they play together, and all of this, it's so important. And actually, like when I look back at recently when I went to Rangers, expecting, like, if we did a cohesion score there, it would have been really, really low because there's so many new players, a new style of play. People haven't played together very much, and 4 weeks into a pre-season, we had to play in the Champions League qualifier. So, is really difficult to build like a level of cohesion and understanding within that. So Michael's done that, and a lot of it comes down to the system as well. He's gone, this is how we're going to play. This is what we're looking for. And as a coach, when you have clarity in what you are looking for, it's much easier than to stick with something and actually build some relationships.
I find that really interesting on the cohesion thing. Can that also drive you mad the other way? So let's say you took, for argument's sake, the United cohesion here, and you took Bruno and looked at his cohesion. Bruno's the wrong example because he's obviously United's talisman. But I don't know, you looked at a midfielder and his relationship with the other two midfielders behind him, and that's all great. But then you look further forward, and his relationship with your number 1 striker is nowhere near as good, but it might be better with your number 2 striker. You could drive yourself mad depending on where you're looking.
And then it becomes and then it's circumstantial because maybe the number 2 striker comes on when the number 1 striker's beating up the defenders and the number 2 striker scores. He's on for 10 minutes and you're chasing the game. So I think it's never to be led by it, but to be informed enough to be able to make decisions. And also certain players, like I would have a feeling about someone being more effective on the left side, but actually they're better on the right side than they are on the left, but they're a bit more exciting playing. We had a right-footed winger at one of my clubs where I thought on the left he looked so dangerous, on the right it was less effective. And then we looked at the day, it was like way more productive on the right side. He just doesn't go past people as much because he wants to cross early,
right.
You know. So it's interesting. So I think that to inform you, and also you need to know what you're looking for. Like maybe Ruben would judge Fernandes' performance way different to Michael Wood. What's important to one manager is very different to another. So I think you have to be really clear on what you're measuring performance on as well.
That cohesion, though, actually, Chris, when you come to look at Villa, it is so valid. You know, when they haven't had Kamara, Tielemans, or McGinn in 6 Premier League games, they've averaged under a point. And when at least one of them is in the side, they average 2 points per game. Now, I know McGinn was in the side yesterday, but they are missing. They've missed all 3 of them, but they are missing the other 2 massively, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. That's that's sort of been the story of their season. You know, you're talking about 3 key players for them, and the squad really has been stretched. And then you look at other things like Ollie Watkins' form hasn't been, what it was last season, and that's been an issue. But you talk about 3 massive influences in the middle of the pitch and what have you, and they're just going through a bit of a dip. And you can certainly relate this to even Morgan Rogers. He's not hitting the heights which he has done. I'm thinking of taking him out of my fantasy team.
I'm sure that'll worry him.
But no, I think that from Villa's point of view, there's still a lot to look forward to. There's a lot of teams in the Premier League who had a look today. There's only sort of 5 or 6 happy teams in the Premier League, and the rest have all had moments in the season where they seem to be.
This is brilliant. Who are your happy teams?
Well, my happy teams are Arsenal, Brentford, Everton, Bournemouth, Fulham, and Sunderland, and the rest are all deeply unhappy, or have been at some stage of the season. And I'd put Villa in there. They had a bad start, and now and yet they're still 4th, and they're still in the Europa. But as a whole, they've been a little bit unhappy. Name another team in the Premier League, and I'll tell you why they're unhappy.
Well, do you not think Manchester United are happy at the moment?
Well, they weren't earlier on in the season, though, were they?
I thought you meant now. I thought you meant now.
No, they are now, but it hasn't been a happy season as it has for the 6 I've mentioned. I know you're scouring the table trying to catch me out now, but you can't, because I've had
I find the idea of Chris Sutton being in charge of judging who is happy an amazing idea. What about Leeds, Chris?
Leeds, well, they were calling for Farker's head before a ball was kicked.
Yeah, but they're not now.
Some of the Leeds.
No,
they're not now, but they had an unhappy start to the season. I was at the game at Manchester City where everything changed when he put Dominic Calvert-Lewin up top, and things changed. So I'm delighted for Daniel Farke, but let's not pretend that Leeds have been happy all season.
Are you sorry? Of the 5 that you mentioned, do you think they've been happy all season? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know if Fulham are that happy at the moment, are they?
Yeah, they're just always a happy club. There's no great pressure. Manager does well. They sell the best player at the end of every season, but they're going all right.
Okay.
I think plenty of Fulham fans would probably characterise that as a form of unhappiness, wouldn't they? That idea that you're kind of just living the same experience over and over again.
It's expectation, isn't it? And that's the issue with a lot of clubs, and I think Villa are in that category where you're better first to talk about the financial fair play, PSR, and what have you, which has affected Villa. But Villa fans want to go to that next level, and they're being held back because of that. In many ways, Villa have overachieved. There's still a lot to look forward to, but it's. You look at Liverpool in and around Villa. It's been a struggle for them, hasn't it? I mean, the boos yesterday at Liverpool after they drew against Tottenham. I mean, I've got to say, I'm really surprised by that. Chelsea have had their moments. You go down the table. It's it's quite a strange season, really. The way that we're looking and viewing things. We're saying, well, we're not saying the wheels are off at Villa, but they've lost 3 games on the spin, and you're thinking, blimey, it's not been good. And yet they're still 4th.
They're still 4th.
Well, that actually sums up this Premier League better than most things, doesn't it? The fact that Villa have lost, I think, is it 3 in a row?
Yeah.
Certainly 3 and 4. Yeah. And yet they are still 4th. I'm not sure that would have been true in any other season. And it's because Liverpool and Chelsea are completely incapable of catching them. I struggle a bit with the idea that Villa have been held back, given that their 3 finishes in the last 3 seasons have been 4th, 6th, and should be between 4th and 6th again this season, and they were only promoted 5 years ago. That doesn't strike me as being held back by anything. This season, it's a shame.
But why can't they? And this actually was an argument when Martin O'Neill was there all those years ago. I think he got 3 sixth place finishes, and as part of the reason why I think he ended up leaving. He wanted them to spend more than they did do. But it's about making that next step where to challenge Arsenal, Manchester City, Liverpool. It's about how they go about that. So has the PSR situation held them back? Well, Villa fans will tell you, the signings, they haven't made enough signings to really kick the team on, this season.
Yeah, well, producer Rory and I disagree intensely on this subject. Yeah, Villa fans will tell you that PSR has held them back and that they haven't had the signings to kick on this season. I think this season, to be honest, has been more about injury. It's the fact that they maybe don't quite have the depth they certainly don't have the depth of Arsenal. No one's got the depth of Arsenal. Chelsea and City probably a level above them as well in terms of that. Liverpool and United are slightly weird cases, but what's done for them is that key players have got injured, and they're also trying to compete across the Premier League and the Europa League, which is particularly kind of demanding. I would have said that the reason Villa haven't been able to sustain it is because of those injuries more than a lack of investment. Obviously, if they'd spent another £1 billion on transfers, they'd have better players, but ultimately 5 years after they got promoted, the fact that they are starting to look like they can, they sustained the title challenge until like January, February. That's pretty good going. It's not immediate.
What's the year range? What year range should they start competing in? Because I don't quite understand that argument.
But what do you mean by competing?
What are you saying? Will they go up so it should be in 10 years or 12 years where they should challenge for a Premier League
Chris,
title?
What do you mean by competing? They're competing for the Champions League place in the Premier League. That's competing.
Yeah, but that's not competing for a title. And that is the next step. The Champions League, the problem is people get too wrapped up. People like yourself get too wrapped up in the Champions League. I mean, 5 teams will get in the Champions League this season from the Premier League. That shouldn't really be. I can't ever remember or if I was a current player, that wouldn't be my motivation. I don't know whether Russell's the same at the start of the season, thinking, oh, can we get into 5th place because we'll get a Champions League.
Mate, I would have loved to play in a team that was fighting for 5th place. When I was in the Premier League, it was finished 17th, so I would have been delighted with that. But I do agree with Rory. I think it's a depth thing, and also it depends how you define success and how you define competing. So for me, Villa are having a hugely successful season. If they'd lost 3 games in a row around December time and been on the run and still in the same points, we'd all be going, well, what a brilliant season Villa are having. And also, I don't think it's realistic for Villa, and I'll probably get hammered by Villa fans, I don't think it's realistic for them to win the Premier League in the current climate with the teams and this financial power and strength they're up against. So if you're going to be in the Champions League competing to sign the same players, they're probably going to miss out on that top bracket of player, whether it's for finance or people just want to go to clubs where they're guaranteed to maybe win trophies or whatever. So then they have to recruit smarter than the others, be more astute financially, and understand where they are as a club. So I think and like Rory said, the last 3 seasons have been incredible because they've got an incredible coach, in my opinion, the way the team is coached. They've recruited well, but also they've kept people in the club that have been on the journey, and John McGinn, Tyrone Mings, these people. So I think the way that club is run and the success they've had is fantastic. It really, really is. And the only thing that changes then is people's expectation, and that then brings its own connotations. But I think when people get too far ahead, I'm from Brighton. I look at Brighton fans now, mid-table in the Premier League. Under Roberto, they got into Europe, the best Brighton team I've ever seen under Roberto De Zerbi, and then couldn't quite replicate that. And then people start getting frustrated because they've been, they've been not spoiled, but they've had huge amount of success in a short period of time. Then you expect that, and when you start expecting that, I think it becomes dangerous. So I think actually they're having a really, really brilliant season, especially considering the injuries they've had to key players. And if they end up in the top 4 again, then incredible.
If I'm
I do understand that, but one thing I would say that if you're a Villa fan, you think about, but the sort of opportunity has been there this season because of the drop off of Liverpool, because of the drop off of Manchester City. Maybe Arsenal are just too good, but maybe you think, well, these opportunities this opportunity may not come around again. Well, I understand what you're saying. It's been a strange league. We're always,
But Chris, with that, Chris, the team that look like they're going to win the title haven't dropped off. They've only lost three games, and I suppose that my question back to you is, how many clubs have actually been in a title race in the last 6, 7, 8 years in the Premier League? Three of them. Three of them. It's either been Arsenal against Manchester City or Manchester City against Liverpool. When was the last time we had anybody else in a title? And I've just done that off the top of my head. And if somebody else has been in a title race in the last 7 or 8 years, I apologise. But I can't think of. I don't know. Was it the Leicester Spurs?
Maybe it was.
Was that the last time we had other teams in a title race? I can't think of anybody else.
But that shouldn't stop that. That shouldn't stop that. That's the mindset of a football club to think that we can't get there when there are little windows of opportunity which arise. No,
but I suppose my argument is the window of opportunity hasn't been there because there's always been. It hasn't always been 20 indifferent teams, has it? It's always had one or two who have steamrolled it.
I think Chris is right this season that it does feel as though there was a chance for Villa to maybe finish second behind Arsenal, to be the team that put the pressure on Arsenal. And I think it's Nadum who said that one of the things that maybe sort of went against Villa was the fact that when they had that amazing run of 10 wins in a row, 10 and 11, they never went top. They only got to second, and it felt like this is Villa's time to kind of really put their foot down. But because Arsenal kept pace with them, kept them just at arm's length, it maybe made it feel more challenging. I think what's happened at the crucial stage is they've got injuries, but this is still Aston Villa, who should finish in the top four for the second time in 3 years. And that is in itself an astonishing achievement. And the challenge for Emery is then in the summer, you go, because as much as they have been limited by PSR, there is now no PSR. It's SCR, it's different, and they forgot to put in the bit that would limit spending. So they can go and do what everyone's always wanted to do, which is spend as much money as possible, and who your owners are defines how successful your club is. What a great sport we have. And the challenge for Emery is to go and get the players in that will give them that little bit of depth, so that maybe next season fourth becomes third or fourth becomes second. It takes time to build to title challenges. It takes time if you are Liverpool, who hadn't been relegated, but Klopp in those first 3 years of Klopp, he didn't challenge for the title until 2019, I think, because it takes time to put this together. And
Blackburn Rovers did it in 3 years after coming up in the Championship. That's the early period of the Premier League. I know you don't like to include that, but that's.
But they could spend whatever they wanted back then.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't all about the spend, Marcus. Who they spent it on?
Yes, it was. What?
Cohesion, Chris. Blackburn cohesion.
Yeah.
I agree with Rory.
Yeah, I'd love to have seen the cohesion marks for some of that Blackburn team.
Even if you think about Man City, when all of the money came in there all of a sudden, it was like, they're going to win the league straight away. But it's not. It wasn't like that. It's never that simple. So I think Villa are building nicely. Whether they can go to the next level will depend on how good their recruitment is, how much money they actually want to invest in the squad, and also keeping hold of their coach, I think, who's proven to be.
A warm welcome to this evening's independent off-tube studio commentary of all the action from the G-Tech Community Stadium on this Monday evening as Brentford host Wolves to round out round 30 of the Premier League. Of course, both these teams still have a while since they've played. A week ago this evening, Brentford were involved in FA Cup action at the London Stadium. Finished 2-2, but did go out to Nuno's side on penalties, whereas Wolves, myself and my co-coms Paul did cover that, lost 3-1 in the FA Cup to Liverpool. So 10 days, been a long time for a Bedwood side to really get ready for this game at the G-Tech. If you are looking for lineups, if you missed them in the preamble, Brentford have made 2 changes, Wolves have made 4. Out goes Aye and Yarmouk, Vandenberg and Jensen come into the lineup, whereas for the visitors, Totti Gomez, Angel Gomez, Aroka Dare and Johnston drop out. Krejci, Andre, Armstrong and Sam come into the lineup for Rob Edwards. Wolves just winning the ball back in the middle there. So the lineup's in full if you did miss them. As I say, Kelleher is in goal. Back four of Coyote, Vandenberg, Collins and Lewis Potter. Jensen, Henderson and Damsgaard as a midfield three. Otara, Thiago and Schade as a forward trio. For Wolves, back three of Mosquera, Bueno and Krejci with Jose Sarr in goal. Chow on the right, Hugo Bueno on the left. With João Gomez, Andre and Bellegarde as a midfield three. And Mateus Mane, 14th successive start we just saw before, the game. 18-year-old, myself and my co-comes saying that must be some sort of record shortly, and Armstrong to complete the lineup. It is Stuart Atwell in charge of all the action this evening. It's myself, Lewis Raftery, joined by Paul Shabakovic to take you through all the action of this independent off-tube studio commentary. And Paul, it's a big one for Brentford. There's still hope for Europe, I can imagine. For Wolves, it's just what just keeps some momentum going. We were speaking about that. They've won 2 Premier League games in a row and looking for a third.
They're looking for a third, and you wouldn't rule it out this evening against the Brentford side, who can be a little bit sort of hot and cold. They've certainly had excellent form at times at home this season, but they've had a few disappointing results. The game against Brighton springs to mind, the game against Leeds as well. There was a game against Forest as well going back to January. So there have been some poor performances at the G-Tech from Keith Andrews' side. They did very well against Wolves in the reverse fixture, but that was when Wolves were still on a very much a decline. Since then, Rob Edwards' side have really picked up in the last month or so, so it does make the game a little bit more puts a bit more jeopardy on the game as far as Brentford are concerned. But now that they are out of the FA Cup, they would have been disappointed about the way that they went out of the Cup, so it does mean they can focus everything on trying to finish as high up the league as they can.
Of course, speaking of the league, they are 7th in the league, Brentford, and of course, how well the sides are doing in Europe. English sides, you could imagine the top 5 could be Champions League, that pushes 6th place Europa League, who knows Conference League, and who wins the FA Cup, and so on and so forth. And for example, if an Aston Villa win a Europa League, their spot would go further down, if I am correct. So you never know how you could get the currently with this point live. They're on 45 points, 3 behind Chelsea. Then they'd love that at this time of the season if you offered that them in August. They're coming forward for the first time through Damsgaard, going to whip it into Shada. I think Shada was just offside and we saw Damsgaard was going to put the ball into the box. Never got back on and looked a little bit awkward, and there's been miscommunication there.
Well, I mean, Shada actually said offside there as the camera focused on him, so I think he obviously felt that going after that ball was a waste of time. I'm not entirely sure that Damsgaard's pass would have found him anyway. I think there was probably a little bit too much on that. Even if Shada had moved from an offside position, I don't think he would have made it anyway.
Yeah, I think you are spot on then. But we were speaking, just going on there, that this Brentford side, they're very entertaining to watch, score a lot. Of course, Thiago, he's been absolutely fantastic. Just over 20 goals in all competitions this season. 18 in the league as well. 2nd place, only behind Erling Haaland as well.
Yeah, and we just heard in the last day that he's been called up to the Brazil squad for the first time, which is something they were sort of unsure about for a while, just because does he really sort of fit that Brazilian style? But the amount of goals he's getting, and in the Premier League as well, it's impossible for Ancelotti to ignore that.
Even if it's I'm not saying just purely bench, but just as an option, isn't it? World Cup coming up and an opportunity to prove yourself. It's always, you want maybe 3 strikers, 3 different profiles usually, don't you? Wataro's on the ball on the left-hand side now. It's intercepted and cleared away. Quite clearly see that Wolves aren't going to sit back when they're on the ball. They do want to play some football under Rob Edwards, and as you said, Paul, correctly, they've found some good form in the last couple of games. Yes, they lost 3-1 to Liverpool in the league. I felt that was a bit of a revenge game for Ali's side more than anything. Ali's in the FA Cup, something that Liverpool might not be able to win something for the rest of this season. Look, they could win the Champions League still, but they are 1-0 down in that game to Galatasaray with that second leg to come in midweek. Another game you can catch on the service. But FA Cup, that's an opportunity for something, isn't it? So I felt that was always a bit more of a must-win than the Premier League game. But winning the last 2 was that Liverpool 2-1 win in the league, 2-0 against Aston Villa. And this is no offence to when I look at the table.
And also, just to jump in on that, Lewis, there was a 2-2 draw with Arsenal in there when they were 2-0 down. So there is definitely more backbone to this Wolves side than there was around 6-7 weeks ago.
It feels as mentality's changed, it feels more positive atmosphere, but you are right, this is no offence to, let's say, Burnley and West Ham in 1980. It's not back-to-back wins against the bottom of the team. It's, as you said, it's 2 wins against Champions League chasers and a draw against possibly the champions.
Well, there was talk, around sort of Christmas time, that Wolves could end up being the worst team ever in Premier League history. They've completely, obviously, dwarfed that now. They've got a lot more points than that record was ever going to be. So in that sense, they have certainly kicked on a little bit. And it's all about that mindset, isn't it, for next season. They know that the chances of staying up are pretty much gone now. So as long as they can finish the season confidently, it does give them something to start with next year.
Brentford do have the ball inside their own penalty area with Kelleher. Decently high press here on from Wolves, but Brentford move it through the gears nicely. Shada, ball forward to Lewis Potter. It's intercepted in the middle. Andre does well to get away from his man into Bellegarde. In this first half, Brentford in the usual red and white with black shorts and socks to boot, going from left to right, whereas Wolves in Blue and yellow stripe, blue socks and white shorts going from right to left at the G-Tech this evening. But again, long ball forward to Mane. It's a poor pass, but he gets it back. Ball back over the top for Mane. Coyote committed a little bit too early. Mane plays it down the line to Hugo Bueno. Can he find a ball into the box? He can. Too many bodies there. Lewis Potter will boot it long. Thiago, he's going to be a menace to those three centre-backs, I can imagine, this evening. Headed back to Krejci. They undersold it there for a second in Bellegarde and back to the goalkeeper. That's what you can do with a Thiago up top, can't you? That yes, you can play it from the back, but there's always an outlet up top.
There certainly is. And with Wolves likely to push forward when they're in possession, it does mean that long ball can just surprise the visitors if they don't have enough people marshalling Igor Thiago. On that occasion, they definitely did, so there was no issue there.
Ball forward doesn't come to anything, but Wolves still have the ball at the back. They go long once again, looking for Armstrong. Of course, he's a difference in the sense of what Rocadarre would offer. I feel they could be a good duo up top, to be quite honest. And you see Armstrong coming in, some sort of championship experience to win.
Well, it is. I mean, I think he's had a few goals, hasn't he, in the Premier League, and never really been able to make it stick. So I think that he has been brought in with a sort of thought to potentially next season as well, whether or not Wolves are going to be keeping a hold of him. I think that it's interesting we say about him and Rocadarre making a good partnership. I actually think that they're deliberately not together this evening so that Wolves have that pacey attack rather than that tall attack, because that's where they might get some joy. But here's Igor Thiago. No, he wins the ball in midfield, and the pass out to Schade is under hit.
You can see the idea of the execution just not there. Jensen tries to float one in the box, looking for Schade. Headed away, but not out from the penalty area. Mane, that's a poor clearance. Bobbles off of Coyote's right thigh, and it will make its way to Lewis Potter on the left-hand side, out to Schade. Possibly one-on-one here against Mosquera. That's what you want when you're up against the back three. But Mosquera, great, strong defending there. That ball should have gone out. Yes, and I'm not sure it went off of last by Schade's reaction. I'm going to assume it came off of him last to be a throw-in for Wolves. Well, I was about to say, well, that's Mosquera's reaction. Neither seems happy, so we're waiting on full confirmation of where the throw-in's going. If it's for Brentford, I can imagine it will be a Coyote special.
It could be a Coyote special, yeah. I mean, Mosquera still asking the question of our referee here, Stuart Atwell. And it is going to be Coyote with Locker. Just to say as well, we have got another game on our service this evening. It's in the Championship where it's already Portsmouth 0, Derby 1. And Sammy Schmodix with the goal there for Derby.
Great loan deal, him coming in there, Smolix at Derby, and they're pushing for the playoffs, of course. As Brentford here, it's taken short. They've fooled Wolves and myself to boot as well. It will be floated in by Jens into the back six. Vandenberg's there, headed back across the face of goal. Sarr comes to claim, spills it. He still hasn't got a hold of it. I'm not quite sure what they were doing there. Vandenberg wins it, shouts for handball there. Referee's pointed the other way for it going for Wolves. Not quite sure there. I was like, was a high arm in the air from a Wolves play, but we'll have to watch a replay.
Well, certainly Brentford captain Nathan Collins is asking exactly that question here as well. Was Vandenberg with the header? I mean, it's a real mess from Jose Sarr. Twice he goes for it and never really makes a save. Now, as Andre is clearing this, they're saying there's a handball from Vandenberg, which I suppose, if there is a handball there, and I think there may, yeah, I mean, the ball does come on Vandenberg's arm, so that obviously trumps anything else in that particular scenario there.
Yeah, well, that's a great decision, because at first, from how it is independent off-tube studio commentary of this clash, 10 minutes, and it's Brentford 0, Wolves 0, he was almost in the way, couldn't he, where the referee could see that. I'll bring Paul in just a second. It's here come Brentford on a counter. Otara back into the middle, striker, goal, just over. And that is how quick the Bees can, whether it's from back to front, winning the ball high, how quick they are.
Well, that's it. They won the ball high. That was from a Wolves goal kick, and it's just Krejci with a very heavy touch. He pretty much walks that ball straight into Damsgaard. Otara into the penalty area, back to Damsgaard. He hits it first time, but it's just a little bit too high in the air.
He just gets underneath it. He's leaning back a little bit, isn't he? But that's how quick Damsgaard. I was one of them. I don't think he's had a bad season, but I think a lot of people, because of the season before last, thought he might take that next leap and that next gear. So I don't think he's had a bad season, but perhaps from what people were maybe thinking, he's had a regressor of a season, possibly.
Yeah, possibly. I think that when he first arrived at Brentford, he struggled to sort of hold down a place. Then he really sort of kicked on last season, and this year it's just been a sort of out of form, and also perhaps there've been a few games where Brentford haven't really been playing to his strength, but they don't really necessarily always have a number 10 in the team.
Yeah, they're playing more of a 4-3-3. Even Damsgaard is the furthest of those three. He does have Jensen and Jordan Henderson in behind him, so he's got that leverage to go there. That's a lovely ball down the right side off for Wolves, though. Can they get the ball into the box as they can? There's only Armstrong in there, though, and he's made a run to the back post, and that's the problem sometimes. Where, look, Mane playing up top with Armstrong, I think it works well. Just almost Armstrong has that pacey forward, as Paul's already mentioned, and then Mane dropping a bit deeper, even maybe Bellegarde up there as well. But when you do have that one forward, there's only one body in the box.
That is the problem, isn't it? But that was the right idea there for most of the Chewers. Cross in the end was easily dealt with, and now Brentford push forward.
Taro on the right-hand side. Back to Damsgaard. You can just see that just pushing 12 minutes on the clock. It's been mostly Brentford, if not all Brentford. One shot so far. That was that Damsgaard effort. It's one of them where I'm not saying it was a massive chance, but it was a chance. Ball swung into the box. Taro, it might have stayed in play from his header, but his header definitely sent it out for a goal kick for Wolves. So 12 minutes in, as I say, independent off-tube studio commentary. Brentford 0, Wolves 0. Look at the attacking area. 17 down the left, 28% through the middle, 55 through the right-hand side. First of all, you've got Coyote and Wataru down the right, so that's why you might go there as well. Perhaps they're also looking at on that left-hand side, you've got Krejci and Hugo Bueno. Maybe that's something that Keith Andrews also is like, right, I want to attack those players too.
I think so. I think from Keith Andrews' point of view, however good Wolves have been in the last 5 or 6 games, they are still a fragile side defensively, so if Brentford can try and capitalise on that, then they should be able to get some change out of it.
The ball in the middle. João Gomez. Can imagine as well, some of these players could definitely stay with Wolves to prove a point next year if they are in a championship. I look at João Gomez and Andre, they're players to me that might move on.
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot depends on the Wolves' ownership as well, because there's been quite a lot of criticism about them perhaps not spending enough when they've been getting Premier League money. But when they drop into the championship, it's a gamble. They'll break off with that because here comes Bellegarde.
Down the left-hand side, first time he's gone on the ball. It's a poor cross as well. Should have been much better there from the Wolves midfielder. Cleared away. Jensen now looks for a long ball to Thiago. Too much on it. And running away by Santiago Bueno. Bellegarde. Back to Mane. Feel almost that it is maybe Andre and João Gomez in the middle and Bellegarde pushing a little bit further forward. The play out to the right-hand side to Chow. Ball into the box, deflected away. Will be a Wolves corner now. Again, they don't have an Arokadare, but that back three of Krejci, Bueno, Mosquera, still very dangerous from set pieces.
Yes, absolutely. And already we can see all three of those gentlemen that you've just mentioned, they're already arriving in the penalty area. Krejci, of course, returning after a suspension as well. But yeah, I mean, Brentford, we know they can be susceptible from set pieces. Kelleher isn't the most confident goalkeeper on crosses. So this is where Wolves really could get some joy.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity, isn't it? If you have to defend a lot, but set pieces, you've got to make them count, really. It's all about the delivery as well. Looks like Hugo Bueno will be taking it from the far side. On his left boot will be an in-swinger. Andres comes shot, maybe just to offer an option. Ball comes in. It's a little bit overhit, maybe for the 1-2. Now there might be a counter-attack on here for the host. Damsgaard picks it up. He plays it to the right to Coyote. Shada's made a good run to the right-hand side. Instead, Coyote tries to go all the way from right to left. He gets a round of applause from Taro. I thought the ball straight down the right-hand side for Shada was the option because then he had Thiago and Wataru on the left-hand side if he could have got it forward. Come Wolves or Bellegarde ball into the box. Armstrong sticks a leg out. So does Collins. Last off the Brentford skipper, I do believe. Well, from Armstrong's reaction, it might not be. But there, Coyote. I like the idea because if he gets it into Wataru, he's through one-on-one. But Shada may be the easier option to keep going forward.
Yeah, for all the praise that Coyote gets for his long throws, his distribution from his feet perhaps sometimes does let him down a little bit. He does sometimes just send these slightly risky diagonal balls. I mean, it was the right idea, as you say, but the execution's got to be a little bit better. And Brentford again putting themselves under a bit of pressure here playing out from the back.
Yeah, Wolves usually don't press this high. Perhaps so this is where they go right. Brentford are outside, let's play from the back. Let's target them a little bit more. 15 minutes have just passed at the G-Tech, still goalless, but it's a very high tempo game is what I will say between the two sides. Jensen plays it long. Wolves from a decently high line, so the pace of Wataru and Shada could come into play later in the game, I do feel. Collision in the middle there. Where will the throw be given? It will be for Brentford, just inside their own half on the right-hand side. And when you say about Kyoto, I'd love to see if he could... I'm not quite sure how tall he is, maybe 5'10", 5'11". Maybe be a good point guard in the NBA. He's got a great throw him, as you say. And I'm sure if Italy go to the World Cup, he'd probably be their starting right back as well.
He certainly would be in the squad. Whether or not he'd be the starting right back, I think it all depends on the sort of defensive mode that they want, because Coyote, as I say, for all his strength and his qualities, he perhaps does sometimes have a little bit left to be desired in terms of his actual defending, as Brentford now could be hit on the counter. Long ball in down the left-hand side for Bueno.
Flying down the left-hand side, Hugo Bueno. Wataru's got back to help out. Coyote is there as well. Could have done with maybe an earlier ball coming in because now he's got a 2v1. Crosses it in, last off Wataru. I think it's when he signed another corner there. Maybe Bueno could have taken a touch, whipped one in there, but considering a 2v1 and it's when he signed a set piece, he's done well there.
He has done well. I just thought maybe we'll see from the replay. I didn't think there were that many the options for him in the box anyway. But I'm with you. I think once he got all the way down that left channel and got to the byline, the best he could hope for was a cross because there were two Brentford players standing right in front of him there.
That's the only thing with 3 or 5 at the back, however you like to look at it with the wing backs. It's almost, yes, they're getting behind, but they usually have no support. So they have that overlap, don't they? But once you have that overlap, you've got to use it still. Left-hand side, corner will swing in right to the back sticks, heads go up. It's not in a way, but not as far as Mosquera. He keeps it alive. On the right-hand side, takes it past Sharda. Tries to just, he's not whipping across it now, he's whipping it off Sharda. It was a throw in for his side, high on the right side, almost at the corner flag there. That was a good delivery, I think. Should Mosquera be doing more, doing better there?
Potentially so. I think he just needed to be a little bit quicker off the ball there. But now he's going to have a chance here with this long throw into the box.
It's an opportunity again to just cause some chaos in the penalty area. Red and white jerseys are there to defend this. 17.5 minutes gone. Can Wolves get their first strike on goal? Thiago nods it away. Only as far as the edge of the area. Lovely touch by Damsgaard. And now there might be another counter-attack here for Brentford. Can they work it correctly? Into the feet of Thiago. He's driving forward. Jensen to his right-hand side. Where will it go? Sharda's through the middle. He goes for a pass, but it's blocked away. Ball's kindly back to the Brazilian. Now into Damsgaard. Back to Coyote on the right-hand side. Once again, it's how quick the Bees can transform and get back from back to front. Cross is blocked away. Vandenberg will play out to the right-hand side, almost just keep the attack alive, and it's Jensen who is there on the right into Henderson. Back to Vandenberg, and Collins will pick it up. Both wing-backs, full-backs as usual for Brentford, very high and wide, and like to stretch the pitch mostly and get balls into the box if he can for an eager Thiago. He's got about 18 league goals, give him a chance. He's most likely going to put it in the back of the net. Ball down the left-hand side. Motaro currently on the left. Mosquera boots it off of him and out for a throw-in. And whether Sharda is on the right and Otaro's on the left, and it's a little switch for now, or whether it's just they've ended up there. And we'll swap back in a second. I'm not too sure. We covered the Newcastle game where Brentford won 3-2. He scored in the last minute. Watara. I think he's been a great signing, but also again he's been a little bit inconsistent.
He has, yeah. I think that was something that we saw when he was at Bournemouth as well, where he would have games where he was just unstoppable, and then he was had games where he was just a bit anonymous. And I think that's carried on into his time at Brentford. That actually goes hand in hand with the way Brentford play as well. I think some days they really are on it and they're pushing forward, putting every opposition under huge pressure. And other days the midfield just seems to go a little bit missing, and opposition sides can really get a lot of possession and a lot of joy against Brentford. So I think from overall, I think that they had to pay a lot of money for him. But that said, he had already proven himself in some ways in the Premier League, so I think the money had to be paid.
No, you're right. It's one of them, isn't it, as well, where his transfer fees sounds massive, but maybe in this day and age of money, that's just what players go through, especially proven ones, as you said rightfully so, in the Premier League. I mean, he's only 24 years old as well, but as you say, sometimes I watch that Newcastle game, watch him and go, oh, he put that great ball in for Jensen's header, I think it was as well, and then other times even in that game, I thought he could even make a 5-yard pass. That's the inconsistency he had. Brentford is still coming forward. Wataro is still on that left-hand side, so maybe for the time being, there has been a change of wings. Takes it past Mosquera down the byline, fakes it, still has it. Great battle between himself and his centre-back. Needs some support there, maybe from one of his midfielders, maybe Damsgaard going over there, or Lewis Potter. Maybe safely trying to sit back in case of a counter came, but nearly got away from us. I mean, at the same time as well, if you're a winger and you go up against that wide centre-back one-on-one, you probably say, give me that, I will beat that centre-back. So maybe he thought he could do better. Sharda on the right side takes a lovely touch inside, goes down. Referee says nothing of it. False kindly for Damsgaard. He gets his head up, tries to flick it in for Thiago. It's good pressure from Brentford, but at the same time, it's good pressure in the Wolves half, but nothing coming of it yet.
There's no sort of plan B from Brentford. As it stands, whatever Brentford are doing, Wolves are ready for it. So they've got to try and be a little bit more inventive here in front of the penalty area.
Watara into Damsgaard. That time he goes over, does the Brentford number 24 over, just a little bit to help out. Gives another option, another maybe underlapping or overlapping run, depending on how it goes. And moved all the way to the left-hand side, to the right-hand side in Jensen. I do say that 4-2-3, 1-4-3-3, I like to look at it, that Damsgaard's almost a left central midfielder, very wide. Jensen very wide on the right. Henderson just sitting in the middle, trying to just keep this Wolves. And when you play with a 5-back as well, you almost have to try and stretch them even more sometimes, because the more narrow they are, the harder it is for you to get through them. Damsgaard flicks it out to Lewis Potter. First time he's forward, a little bit further forward. Ball into the box, looking for Thiago. It's found Coyote's head. Bullet header from the right back, getting in the number 9 position there.
just over Thiago's head. What a ball in from Lewis Potter. But it's a young right back who nods it in. Great header. What he does so well is the ball does all the work. You've just got to get a little bit on the header, guide it into the back of the net. It's exactly what he does. 22 minutes on the clock here at the G-Tech. Brentford 1, Wolves 0.
Well, I mean, you can't say that Wolves have been. Wolves would say they're unlucky to concede this goal just because there's not been much of a threat from Brentford, but the possession stats over the last 5-6 minutes really have been completely in the home side's favour. Let's just have a look here. Coyote just lurking at the edge of the area. When this cross comes in, not a hint of offside, but Krejci's playing everybody on. And it's actually a really good header because it just gets over Thiago. It's almost like Krejci's sort of I wouldn't say he's ducking out the way, but the way he's trying to stop Thiago, it just means that his head is actually down as it reaches Coyote. But a great flashing header there off the he really does well to guide that into the corner.
It's just like I said, the ball doesn't work. You've got to, if anything, the less you do, the better the header is, as you say. It's one of the, what I will say is, yes, see the right back there, you go, why is the right back up there? But also what that does is he's unmarked, isn't it? Because his marker would be, and let's just say, right back, let's say it's Hugo Bueno. If you're not expecting the right back or flying into the number 9 position, so yes, it's your right back taking a header. First of all, it's a great header anyway. That's something you'll see in training anyway. But it's also that you know if that's Sharda, the centre-back's going to follow him, so you've got less of a chance where the right-back's making him run into all the momentum, so it's a bit of an easier finish, if you will.
Yes, I would agree. I would agree with that. I think that it's just, it's almost like that's almost naturally where the ball is going. He's just got to make sure that he can redirect it in there. But there's going to be a free kick here with a yellow card as well. Adam Armstrong's been adjudged to have used an elbow there on Sepp Vandenberg. I mean, you could just tell from Armstrong's reaction that he's a little bit surprised by it, but he's no stranger. That is, in fact, his 7th yellow card of the season.
It is 7th yellow card. I just want to double check because it does say that on our broadcast screens. Is that his 7th yellow card in the Prem? Because it can't be. It's his 3rd yellow card in the Prem. I just want to double check this.
He's had 7 yellow cards this season. I think it's probably the stat we should be saying rather than just in the Premier League. Absolutely.
Oh, because if he had 7 in the Prem, well, that's a lot of yellow card fines he's had since coming to.
Yeah, and he's obviously not been at Wolves all season either, has he? So that would have made it even worse. But yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of a loose elbow there from Armstrong. I don't think there was actually that much intent. It was more for the careless nature of it rather than actually trying to hurt Vandenberg there.
I think you're spot on with that. We're just over halfway through the first half, just over 24 minutes on the clock. It's independent off-tube studio commentary. This Monday evening clash in the Premier League from the G-Tech. It's Brentford 1, Wolves 0. Thanks to a Coyote header just a few minutes ago. And take us through to half-time. Pass you over to Paul.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Yeah, and that's a throw on to Wolves down the left-hand side. Keith Andrews there doing his best to try and convince the officials that maybe it did actually come off Mane, but I think the last touch was off Michael Coyote. That is his first ever Brentford goal. To say he doesn't get too many chances to score because he's very often using his arms to launch the ball into the box for another teammate to score. But good for him to get on the score sheet. As I say, Igor Thiago just couldn't quite reach that one. But from Wolves' point of view, they certainly would feel as though the goal has come a little bit. I wouldn't say against the run of play is the wrong phrase because Brentford have been on top, but then barring a sort of a cross, which was a bit of a mess for Jose Sarr, he's had no other work in this first half. So there hasn't really been that much from Brentford in terms of efforts on target. But now Wolves give the ball away in midfield, and Coyote finding Atara down the right-hand side, edge of the penalty area. Atara drops a shoulder, right-footed cross into Igor Thiago. I almost think that he was expecting Santi Bueno to do a little bit more with that because actually, looking at it now, that was a free header, and Igor Thiago's made a bit of a mess of it.
Yeah, when that came in, I think you are right, though. It's just a line of eyesight, isn't it? It can just be put off there, if anything, by what the defenders do. Because if you said to Igor Thiago, Watara's going to put it on your head, you're in the penalty spot, basically. You've got a free header. You thought you'd score there, won't you? And again, that's one of them, if anything. Sometimes, I know he's a great goal scorer, you just need one, don't you, to get you in the rhythm. That was his first chance. I'm sure if he gets that again, he'll be chomping at the bit for that score.
No, absolutely. And he always seems to play with a smile on his face, Igor Thiago, but that pressure is going to certainly affect him to some extent. He's going to know that the world is watching him even more now because he has been called up to the Brazil squad. Previously, he was a Brazilian playing for Brentford. Now he's actually been called up to the national team, so there'll be even more of a focus, not just in England, but of course back in his home country as well. Well, I'm sure he was getting plenty of press attention just for being a Brazilian scoring in the Premier League anyway. But a free kick to Wolves now. It's just inside the Brentford half. It's over on the left-hand side, and left-footed Hugo Bueno is going to try and launch this one towards the edge of the area. Brentford have set up around 25 yards out with their offside. He's actually played it along the deck into Adam Armstrong. Armstrong then plays it into the 6-yard box. It deflects off the back of the heels of King Lewis Potter before finally
Taro anyway, but there's just no Wolves players really committing there. You almost felt that even if you put that ball into a good area, there was no one really committing there. But they've got a long throw in now.
They do, and they've got their own long throw specialist. That is a very good long throw for Mosquera. That ends up inside the 6-yard box at quite a pace. It needed a header away from Igor Thiago. It's back on the halfway line where Jackson Tachura has stayed as the last man. And here's Hugo Bueno now pumping a long ball towards the edge of the area. Luis Potter wants this to run out for a goal kick. I don't think he's going to. He needs to do something with it. He just gets it away from João Gomez using the help there of Matthias Jensen. And Brentford now getting that ball away from that corner, although it's a slightly risky ball there from Jensen. A floaty ball into his own penalty area. Vandenberg gets it away though from Mane, and now a long ball from
he sees it not there. What was it? Both teams playing out from the back. So it's almost when the goalkeeper or the defenders have it, it's a high press. After that, both teams are sitting back out of the. But Wolves are coming forward, but I just think Brentford come forward with a little bit more intent than Wolves do.
They do, yeah. I mean, I think the worry for both managers that they both like their defences to play out from the back, and neither of them really have that good ball-playing defenders, really. I mean, I think that Collins and Vandenberg between them have always got a mistake in them, and we've seen between Mosquera, Krejci and Bueno, and indeed Totti Gomez, if he gets the start, or indeed Matt Doherty, if he's been getting a few starts, I think it puts a lot of pressure on sides that aren't playing particularly well, because it's almost like the manager almost doesn't. They carry on playing out from the back, whereas really logic would say sometimes it's better to hoof it than to give it away.
Yeah, and again, that's why if you're under pressure, and again looking at it playing out from the back, I think it's how committed you are, isn't it? If I'm a manager and you say play out from the back, you know, if you make a mistake, I'll own it because I want you to do it. But you know, if you're under pressure, hoof it. It's almost there's no middle ground, is there? That they will accept the mistake in terms of what they're doing instead of being pressure back, hoof it long. There's no in between it.
No, absolutely. I think we've made this point in our comments. Let's break off now actually because we've got a chance here for Wolves down the right hand side. Tachua's ball is just lofted a little bit too far away, and it's going to be kept in play by Coyote. Only just. He almost gave away a corner. Gets it away from Mane now. A combination of him, Damsgaard, and Otara get the ball away from the penalty area. Otara then gets closed down here by Hugo Bueno, having to go back towards Coyote. And say this is absolutely the right approach from Wolves. You need to press high up against Brentford because Brentford do make mistakes in terms of playing out from the back. They've given it away now after Bees with Hugo Bueno finding Mane. Mane's pass just deflecting away from the penalty area, but it will be kept in play for Wolves on the right-hand side here by Tachua. Into the middle now for Bellegarde. Bit of a heavy touch there from João Gomez, but the ball just about gets through to his compatriot Andre. And the visitors once again now in possession, coming up to 30 minutes gone. Unofficial independent off-tube studio commentary. It is Brentford 1, Wolves 0, and still no change in the Championship game, also available on our service this evening. It's 31 minutes gone at Fratton Park, where it's Portsmouth 0, Derby 1. The ball is now back with Jose Sá. The clearance of him wasn't particularly good. It's closed down here by Jensen, but he was still being blocked there by João Gomez. And then there's a push in the back from Nathan Collins there, just going into the back of Armstrong. That will be a free kick to Wolves, which they have taken quickly. There is a real energy about Wolves. They are trying to maintain it, and I like that they're doing that even after they've scored. Vandenberg there has to lean in just to make sure he can head that ball away from Adam Armstrong. But there is although they're not seeing much of the ball in the final third, there's a fluidity about the way Wolves are playing, which I quite like.
Yeah, they do, and as you say, I like that they are pressing high. That you wouldn't allow to have to, but even at 0-0 they were doing it. One that they haven't changed because it was the score. I covered the Manchester United Aston Villa game yesterday. Villa conceded and they changed and they played so much better. You sit there and go, couldn't you have done that 0-0? You could have got 1-0 up. Wolves have just conceded, and as you said, when you do look at the stats, it was just a beautiful ball in, wasn't it? Yes, Brentford have been the better side, but it wasn't a clear-cut chance for Thiago. If anything, you'd say the head really put off target. That's the one you go, oh, if I concede that, fair enough. It was just a lovely ball in. There'll be a foul here against Andre, but Jensen stayed down as well. It's like he might have caught or rolled his ankle when he went in.
Yeah, I think he's actually been trodden on there completely accidentally by João Gomez. As João Gomez is turning, and and Jensen is turning with him, it looks like he's just caught him then.
Yeah, it's a sort of, Jensen was never trying to play out to get a free kick. He was just saying to referee, I have been caught. It's a painful one, isn't it, as you say? But now there's a free kick coming up, and again, it's all about the delivery, isn't it? They have the players there. You spoke about it. We spoke about the back three. It's about getting it on one of their heads.
Well, this is what they're going to try and do. It's going to be a long ball here from Mane towards the edge of the penalty area, headed away by Sharda. Loose ball picked up here now by Damsgaard, just trying to turn away under real pressure there. That's not a good ball from Damsgaard, and that's forced Coyote into a foul in a dangerous position here as well. This is a good opportunity for Wolves.
It is, and that's the thing as you spoke about playing up. To me, that's overplay. I know Damsgaard's in a real awkward position,
but you've just gone from being a real opposition with the ball to giving it to your teammate who's now given away the foul. And if I'm Coyote, I'm looking at him going, you put me in that position. Yes, I've given away the foul, but if I didn't, Bellegarde's driving me into the penalty area. So that's a little bit of overplaying to me. I think the Damsgaard is trying to clear it long, deflect it, get a throw in something, because now you go Bueno and Mateus Mane over this with a really good opportunity to swing with him from the left-hand side.
Yeah, they've got a great chance here now. And Mane with the right and Bueno with the left. Referees just doing a bit of housekeeping there inside the penalty area. Happy for the free kick to be taken now. It is Mane's ball. It's quite a flat cross. It wasn't really much curl. It was sort of aimed directly at Krejci. He couldn't quite get his head to it, though. Brentford just about get the ball away from the penalty area. And then it's Schade under pressure there from João Gomez. João Gomez with the final touch. That goes out for a throw to Brentford, but it's still close to their own penalty area. So Wolves can still try and put a bit of pressure here on the home side as they try and play out from the back. Thiago there, just looking across. He'll be very keen to try and get another opportunity in front of goal. He had that one header, didn't he, which he made a bit of a mess of. It's Keane Lewis Potter now back in his left back role. He had to fill in with all the injuries to Hickey and to Rico Henry, and now of course it's deja vu. Both those gentlemen are injured again.
Yeah, it's just one of them, isn't it? And just quickly going back to Thiago, I just think he's one of them, that header, as you spoke about as well. Was it Krejci in front of him? Might have been Santiago Bueno. I just think that it was a line of sight, wasn't it? He couldn't get the header he wanted, because as soon as that came in, I thought maybe you thought it was 2-0. He said it because it was a great chance for him. He wants to keep scoring goals, and I think you put a real great point across. Is yes, you're a Brazilian scoring in the Premier League. That's going to get you a lot of plaudits in Brazil, but now you've been called up. Now the pressure really is on to, if you don't score this evening, you don't score next weekend ahead of the internationals. They're very, very harsh on players.
Oh, no, they are, absolutely. The expectations are very, very high, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving here inside just inside the Brentford half in between Henderson and João Gomez. But no, absolutely, about Igor Thiago, I think that, say, Brentford playing Wolves this evening, and then they're away to Leeds in the late game on Saturday. And if Igor Thiago was to come away from those two games with no goals, then of course that puts him under even more pressure for when he does actually, if he does even make an appearance for Brazil in the next international break. But if you're going to get called up to an international squad for the first time, doing it in the last round of fixtures before a World Cup is probably not a bad time to do it.
No, you're picking up form at the right place, aren't you? And also, I think it'll just trail to other players that, well, you know what, if a player in form's being given a shot, if I pick up in form, it's not the normal of, you know, well, this player's always picked, this player's always picked. It shows that, well, Ancelotti in Brazil, and I'm sure a lot of other coaches are looking this time of who's that informed player, who's that difference maker, who's peaking at the right time for the World Cup, similar to what Thiago's doing.
No, absolutely, and I think with Thiago, he has had some dips in form this season already, but he'll be delighted for that call-up, and we hope to get more attacking opportunities in this game. But it's Wolves on the attack now. After that initial free kick was just headed away to the edge of the area, there's a shot coming in from Andre, which is charged down. Now it is with Dango Otara. He was going to lay it off to play it back towards Keane Lewis Potter, but actually there was an offside against Wolves in the midst of all of that. So free kick taken quickly. Brentford over on the right-hand side now with Coyote. It's back towards Vandenberg. Now it's with Collins to the halfway line. It's a strong challenge there on Lewis Potter. Tetachua saying he's done nothing there, but I think the referee might beg to differ with that one. It looks like it is just going to be a free kick. No yellow card from Stuart Atwell on this occasion. Lewis Potter picks himself up, still a bit of a grimace on the former Hull City man's face. It's now played back towards Kelleher. In close down here, Kelleher then launching one over the top here for Dango Otara to Jason. He takes it down on the run. Otara is in here, playing it into Igor Thiago. That's great sportsman play there from Dango Otara. He didn't have to lay this off to Igor Thiago. He could have scored himself, but he knows that the big man's been called up in the last couple of days. And Igor Thiago does have his goal.
Well, that's the easiest finish of all season as well. But as you say, it's great play from Otara. I thought he got the ball caught in his feet at first. I'm thinking, if you're going to pass it, if you waited too long, if you're going to shoot, if you lost the momentum, he's a great piece of play. But it's also a great ball from Kelleher. We spoke about earlier about Coyote putting the difference between a long ball and a long pass. That's a long pass. He sees Otara, doesn't he? He sees a run he's making. And that's what Thiago does ever so well. He's always on the line of the defence, isn't he? So you goes a little bit left, goes a bit right, but he stays there, always has a presence. And that's great. Wataru onside, well onside. I assume Igor Thiago is well onside as well when he plays it across. But you just see the Wolves side, Wolves defence pressed a little bit too high there. Yeah, he's well onside. Lovely ball by you see by Wataru. Well, that's one ball over the top, one touch from Wataru, passing, tapping from Igor Thiago. 2 minutes up before half time.
First touch though from Wataru is so good, considering that he's actually more of a left footer. Just absolutely kills the pace, stone dead from that long clearance from Kelleher with his weaker right foot, then sets himself with the left, and then just plays it across to Igor Thiago. It's a typical Brentford goal, really. Long clearance from the keeper, quick bit of skill from the midfielder, then an easy finish for the striker. It's the kind of goal that Brentford have had so many times since they've been a Premier League outfit. But Igor Thiago is absolutely delighted, and then Brentford will be relieved, actually. Relieved because I think Wolves were always going to show a threat this evening. The way they played after they conceded the goal as well, there was a real sort of an eagerness for Wolves to get back into the game. And they're pressing immediately now, having conceded a second. There's a poor clearance from Kelleher. Half a chance now as the ball's teed up for Mane. He pulls the trigger and it goes wide. He's trying to say there was a deflection. The referee doesn't agree, and it's out for a goal kick. But with the way Brentford cleared their lines, there's always going to be half a chance.
There is.
And he's right as well.
He does. It just takes the slices. He's off the right 5, Coyote. What's it? Oh, he's off the chest. He sliced it as well.
He did. I mean, it's one of those where the ball was moving a little bit, so that's probably why the referee, if he's not seen that deflection, he couldn't quite make that judgment. But yeah, I mean, Mane, as we said, has been a consistent player for Wolves this season. I mean, I think it's difficult to see whether or not he would stay in the Championship with them next season. I think there'll be far too many sides interested. And Coyote there just treads on the ball as he tries to cut out a pass. And he hits it so hard, none of his teammates could react. Now Brentford can see the corner.
Yeah, it's a big chance for Wolves. It's a great. I mean, there's never a bad time to score, is there? It's a great time to score. Without looking at most goals in the Premier League for Brentford, one thing they've had so many good top scorers since coming up. Thiago now level with Visa from last year. 1 goal off Mbeumo's 20-goal season. Tony's with the games you've got left, you probably back him to at least get 2 more.
Yes, I think he should. I mean, he would be disappointed if he doesn't become Brentford's out-and-out record scorer from here on in. I think when we saw that stat there, he's 1 goal behind the leaders with 8 games to go. As Krejci is furious here, he feels that header that actually came up. We're not actually going to see a replay of that Wolves corner appeal because they're showing us another replay of that Brentford goal. The touch from Otara to take that ball down from Kelleher. That's what makes the goal for me.
Oh, he's spot on. It's a lovely turn. We put out even more. It's his weak foot, isn't it? So how many times do wingers don't want to use the weak foot? They don't want to take a touch. They'd rather maybe stretch with their left foot because it's their favourite foot. But here comes Shada in search of a third.
Yeah, Shada's ball into the box, so it just gets and it gets enough on that, does Andre, just to get that ball away from the awaiting Damsgaard. And it's João Gomez now trying to, in fact, I would say he was trying to draw a foul. There's nothing wrong with that because I think he was just hoping that Damsgaard would trip him. In the end, João Gomez loses his balance without being tripped, and it's going to be a throw to Brentford here on the left-hand side. It might just be within range of Michael Coyote, or it might just be a little bit too far. We'll see what they want to do. It is Coyote. He's got the towel out. He's going to try and get this ball as far as he can into the penalty area. Just to say, no change in the Championship game so far. They're about 4 minutes away from half-time at Fratton Park, and it's still Portsmouth 0, Derby County 1. But here at the GTEC, 41 minutes gone, Brentford 2, Wolves 0, and it's a long throw here from Michael Coyote from the left-hand side, and he really does launch that one into the box. There's a shove inside the penalty area. It's a header from Thiago. It's off the post, and it's gone out for a goal kick after all of that. Well, Brentford are still asking the question about the player that had hit the deck. I think the referee just assumed that there was nothing in that on Collins. It's a lovely flick on as well from De Vandenberg to get that ball into Igor Thiago.
Oh, well, it's so close, because he actually hits it with a bit of swerve on it, doesn't he? If he's 2 yards further back, that's in the back of the net. There's wrestling as well at the back post between, is it Andre and Shada? And Shada, to a degree, he's not getting there over Thiago. I'm not trying to say that, but he could say, look, I could have had a chance at the back sticks as well. There was so much wrestling going on that I could see that being given, but at the same time, if one referee does give them, you've got a penalty every throw-in, haven't you?
No, you do, absolutely. And I have to say, I think I've made this point in commentary in the last few weeks that there's talk now of all this grappling, how it's such a new thing. It's not a new thing at all. It's always gone on. I remember years ago commentating on a game between Celtic and Basel where, Lichtsteiner was doing it the entire game. I actually remember listening to an interview with Paul Davis, the former Arsenal defender from the late 80s, early 90s, and he spoke about the fact that when they introduced Spider-Cam for the first time, in the middle of the pitch, all of a sudden, all these big defenders that used to literally punch opposition players in the box at every corner, they had to stop because now all of a sudden there was in football in terms of what you can and can't get away with. But as I say, anytime they introduce a rule or any kind of quirk in the rules, you're going to try and players are going to try and find a way around it.
100%. And as you said, I think I saw someone over the weekend. It's the evolution of football, isn't it? 20 years ago is different to 10 years ago to 5 years ago. It's always going to change. It's how long this stays. It could be that. Because it's what's working, isn't it? When Conte came and won the league, everyone played with a back three for about 6 months.
Did, yeah.
Now that this is working, everyone's going to do it until it stops working, and then something else.
Same with Del Bosque having a Spanish national team that were winning competitions, getting to finals without having any strikers. So suddenly everyone thought, well, we don't need strikers anymore. And now it's got to the stage where you've got coaches and scouts going on radio and TV saying, well, there are no strikers left anymore. So these things obviously have to sort of go round in cycles. But certainly from Wolves' point of view, I think that the frustration that they would have had this season is that they perhaps just didn't do enough after last season. Perhaps they just assumed that the good vibes they got from Vitor Pereira at the end of last season, that on its own would be enough. And I thought right from the start of this season there was an issue because Jose Sarr wasn't even in goal.
Yeah, it's been that all season, hasn't it? Johnston's in and Sarr's in. And
we'd have to say that on paper, forgetting these sort of disciplinary issues maybe or some fallout with the manager, but on paper, Jose Sarr is a better keeper than Johnston.
Yeah, 100%. I can't even touch you.
Yeah, we'll break off from that because here come Wolves now. It's Reece the Bellegarde in towards Armstrong, and Armstrong gets it into the back of the net. It's an absolutely blistering counter-attacking from Wolves, straight down the middle. Absolutely no celebrations whatsoever, just a quick jog back to the halfway line here from Adam Armstrong. But that's away end, which, by the way, is full this evening. Credit to those Wolves fans. They have filled out the away end at the G-Tech this evening. But this all starts from Wolves in possession at the edge of their own box. It's a bit of a lunge there from Jensen. I actually think he ends up laying that ball off towards Mane. And then when Armstrong gets it, the Brentford defence are all seen. It's a really good finish.
It's a lovely first touch as well out of his feet, isn't it? Because it's a heavy touch. He means it. It's getting well out of his feet, but heavy, but also light enough where another defender can't come across to get him. And it's a great finish into just curling it round Kelleher. It's his first goal for Wolves as well, but that's what we spoke about playing from the back. That's where it worked. Let's just say Jensen or Henderson wins out in the middle. Then Brentford come forward, don't they? So that's the give and go, if you will, of playing up from the back. That time Wolves scored. Could happen again and Brentford score.
Well, here come Brentford now. They've won the ball in midfield, and it's Otara now goes for goal from a long way out. Never really got his foot through that one, though. And it's straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. Here come Wolves again now over the halfway line with a chance here now for Tachua. Cross from the right-hand side is charged down here by Lewis Potter. And it's back with Andre now. Holding it towards Mosquera. Now Santi Bueno. Into injury time at the end of this first half now. We'll have confirmation, Mara, fourth official in just a second as to how much injury time there should be. I can't imagine there'll be much, maybe 2 minutes max. Maybe just the 1. 2 minutes, in fact, has just been confirmed. So we're into that injury time now. Here comes, that's a really heavy touch, though, from Hugo Bueno, just as he was trying to break into the Brentford penalty. That made it a lot easier for Coyote to take the ball off him. He goes back towards Jensen. Jensen then finds Dango Otara, who was definitely fouled by Krejci, but he carries on his run. Referee plays the advantage. Otara then trying to switch play out towards the left-hand side. It was the right idea, just hits it overhits that one towards Kevin Schade. And it's out for a throw to Wolves. But yeah, it's still an exciting end to this first half.
It is, and it's been a great first 45. Anthony was seeing 3 fantastic goals. One shot back from Krejci because he played this pass and it was picked up by Sarr. And they're trying to say it's come off Otaro. Maybe he took a reflection. I think that's why he's picked it up. But that Otaro player, I mean, he's been fantastic in his first 45. He just did that, but he didn't even touch the ball. He just let the ball roll. He knew that. And we're watching a replay. I'm surprised to a degree. Maybe the referee didn't go back and give him a yellow card because it should have been a yellow card.
Well, it should have been, but I think because too much. I mean, now they're showing us the entire passage of play as if to suggest maybe that VAR should have got involved. I mean, for me, too much has happened in between. But the other thing I'd say is that referees, Krejci, by the way, did get a yellow card for that foul. Excuse me, he did get a yellow card for that foul. The referee allowed play to go on as Brentford were on the counter down the right-hand side. But yeah, I'm old enough to remember when they introduced the back pass rule. All those poor old stoppers who never had to use their feet suddenly panicking. But referees were very hot on the back pass in those days. Now you actually see a back passes occasionally, and referees just miss them because they're almost assuming that players just never do them anymore. But you do have to keep an eye on. Occasionally there will be that just sort of that mental slip as there's a foul there on Keane Lewis Potter on the left-hand side. Yes, it's a bit of a clumsy one there from João Gomez, and a chance for Brentford from the free kick.
It is, and it's a very similar position. I know it was an open play, of course, where Lewis Potts won that lovely ball in for Coyote to a degree. It's in, again, we speak about height. I'd say you've got Collins, Van den Berg, and then Thiago up top. Yes, you've got the back three of Wolves, but that free, if you get a ball into the box from a set piece, that is ever so dangerous. And just quickly on the back pass, I think it's going to be a top bit because Wolves scored from the, 30, 45 seconds later, isn't it? If nothing happened, you'd go, oh, it should have been a free kick, but nothing happened. That's the biggest reason it'll be a talking point.
It certainly would, and we've got, well, we were over the 2 minutes. We're going to see this free kick here from Brentford. That should be it for this first half. It's Atara, whipped in at pace, comes off the back of Van den Berg. It's punched clear by Jose Sarri, drops at the edge of the area, played back to Lewis Potter. He launches across into the penalty area. That one is cleared. Dango Atara still with a chance to cross it here from the left-hand side. The ball comes in. It's headed clear by Mosquera. There won't be another chance for Brentford. Referee Stuart Atwell calls time on the first half. A first half that's seen Brentford take a 2-goal lead through Michael Coyote and Igor Thiago, but then a goal back for Wolves from Adam Armstrong makes it 2-1 to Brentford at half-time. We're back in 15 minutes.
Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finds Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goalkeeper Igor Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike. At half-time, it's Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finds Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goalkeeper Igor Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike. At half-time, it's Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finds Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goalkeeper Igor Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike. At half-time, it's Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finds Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goalkeeper Igor Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike. At half-time, it's Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finds Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goalkeeper Igor Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike. At half-time, it's Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the
first touch, passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Kelleher. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, finding Wataro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kiviko Tiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the head of left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, found Otaro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, found Otaro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Half-time at the G-Tech Community Stadium, and it's Brentford who lead 2-1 against Wolves. It took us a while to get going, but on the 21st minute, an outstanding ball in from Lewis Potter met the header left back to right back of Coyote. He just guided it into the back of the net. The Bees had a 1-0 lead. Lovely ball from Kelleher, the goalkeeper, found Otaro. Lovely first touch. Passed it across the face of goal to Kivito Thiago, his 19th league goal of the season. And on a counter-attack, Armstrong scored with a great strike at half-time. Brentford 2, Wolves 1. And it is a warm welcome back to this evening's independent off-tube studio commentary of all the action from the G-Tech Stadium as Brentford take on Wolves. Wolves, they are 2-1 down thanks to goals in the first half. First strike coming in from a lovely header from Coyote. Lewis Keane Potter, what a ball that was from the left-hand side, left back to right back, just guided the header into the back of the net. And some unselfish play from Otaro, just Igor Thiago for his 19th league goal of the season. Don't think he's had an easy one so far, and I don't think he will get an easier one. But Wolves up, they were great in the first half. It was a great first 45, very lively, I do have to say. And they're going to go through Adam Armstrong. His first for Wolves, it's joining in January. Sets us up quite nicely for this second half. It's Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Forward come Wolves early on. Ball into the box, well held by Kelleher. Lovely. Late goalkeeping, rolls it out very quickly to Shadu. A little bit too weak there against Mosquera. Mosquera shoulder to shoulder. Mosquera too big, too strong. There has been a change at half-time for Wolves. Brentford exactly the same as we left you. I'll bring that in a moment as Chichow on the right-hand side wins a corner. King Potter's asking for a goal kick. Still waiting for it. It will be a goal kick by the reactions of both the players. Mateus Mane has come off and Angel Gomez has come on in his place. Just quickly the lineups, it's Kelleher in goal for Brentford, back four of Coyote, Vandenberg, Collins and Lewis Potter, Damsgaard, Henderson and Jensen as a midfield three. It's a forward trio of Charlotte, Thiago and Otaro. For Wolves, it's Sarr in goal, Mosquera, Santiago Bueno and a yellow carded Krejci at the back. Chichow on the right, Hugo Bueno on the left. And a midfield three of Andre, Bellegarde and João Gomez, with another Gomez joining us, Angel, supporting yellow-carded Adam Armstrong. Independent off-tube studio commentary, Brentford hosting Wolves, and the Bees lead 2-1. It's myself, Lewis Rathbury, joined by Paul Shabakovic to bring you through the entirety of the second half. And Paul, as I said, we were speaking about, look, Wolves, even when there was 1-0 down, 2-0 down, they never changed how they played. They were pressing high, being really positive. They got that goal as well, so to a degree, maybe Rob Edwards is saying, yes, you conceded two, but more of the same.
No, absolutely. I think that Rob Edwards would have encouraged his side at half-time. I think that's been his general approach in the last 6 or 7 games, and it's certainly brought dividends in terms of Wolves looking better, getting more points, getting more goals. And a Wolves side, I think, early this season, conceding twice away to Brentford, probably would have folded, but they actually got back into the game. There's always a goal in Brentford in terms of their defence. So, from Wolves' point of view, as I say, if they can do more of the same at the start of this second half, I think there's still some, there should still be potential to frustrate Brentford.
100%. Looking at the stats, 7 shots for the Bees, 3 on target, 5 on shots for Wolves, 1 on target. XG 2.33, but Thiago had the goal that he scored, which that'll be very much up there. I can imagine with XG. He had 2 headers as well that might be quite an XG. Forward to come here with Sharda into the penalty area, loops it back in. Too much on it for Wataro, and Thiago running into the box there. Wataro wins the ball if you want incredibly well. We were speaking in the first half of how we've seen him play some great football. We've played some poor football. Inconsistent is the word we'd use. And to me, that first 45 was what it was all about. You brought up that brilliant first touch to pass it to Igor Thiago. He's dropped it dead and then he ran onto it. And that's the first 45, where, as you said, that's where he's worth all the money that the Brentford paid for him.
No, it is. It's those little moments where he could just create something out of nothing. As here comes Sharda now trying to get that ball into Igor Thiago. Just asked a little bit too much of his Brazilian teammate there. But no, absolutely. We didn't see too much from Dango Tara for long spells in the first half. But when he needed that perfect touch, that's exactly what he got. And so he was able to create that chance for Brentford. As we see another replay of that ball out towards Sharda. He may have actually been just offside as he went for that ball anyway. But the ball never reaching its intended target. From Wolves' point of view, if they keep pushing as far up the field as they are, that's going to create chances for Brentford. But then we know that Brentford are also susceptible to losing the ball in midfield, so it does make for an interesting second half.
It's quite open, isn't it? But both teams play out from the back, as well as spoke about. It makes it quite open, as we've said. Looking at Thiago quickly, his first header, which I think maybe underrated. Look at 0.39 XG. I know we all love looking at the stats. His actual goal 0.89 XG. I'm surprised that's not even a little bit more. And there's that header from the long throw in that Vandenberg lovely just flicked onto him. That was 0.57 XG. So he's had those chances. I would say both headers, especially the second one, that was a little bit awkward. He's a little bit in front of the post and had to curl it back. So he's had chances, but look, he scored his goal, 19th league goal of the season. And speaking of the Brazilian forward, he's just given away a foul there against, is that correct? On time, that be Santiago Bueno. Just watching it back there, looks like just a shoulder to shoulder.
Well, there's a bit of a push there from Igor Thiago, but I still can't see how Bueno's ended up in as much pain and as much trouble as he has. I mean, he hit the deck and didn't seem to be able to get up for a moment or so, and it just seems strange because it was pretty much just the two of them clashing in midfield with Igor Thiago, just a gentle push on Santi Bueno there.
Yeah, just we didn't see. We were watching a replay on our broadcast. It's independent off Tube Studio commentary, so we're at the mercy of the broadcaster, if you will. Long ball forward there by Wolves and nicely intercepted in the middle by Jensen. Back to Kelleher in goal, looking for a long pass once again. Floats it towards Thiago, well under hit there. Sent it back by Henderson too, the Brazilian. Brings it down well. Could have played maybe too sharp, running down the left-hand side. Decides against it. And Brentford will go all the way back. Again, though, Brentford, they are happy. They're 2-1 up there. They want to play it from the back. That's what Keith Andrews wants. They've got it with Lewis Potter on the left. Lovely flick from Damsgaard into Thiago. And this is how quick they can beat. Ball over the top for Wataru. Is he onside? He looks. It was very close. Holds it up, though. Lewis Potter's down the line. He uses him. Oh, he just gets it caught in between his feet there as Lewis Potter. Tries to take a touch on his studs to slow it down, or even a Cruyff turn-esque touch, if you will. And then he gets it caught up in his feet and goes out for a goal kick. Wataru just onside. Lovely ball. Maybe a little bit more pace on the ball so Wataru can really run in. I think he does well to pick out Lewis Potter, and it's an almost chance.
It is an almost chance, yeah. I mean, I absolutely agree that if that ball to Wataru means he has to run onto it, if anything, he had to stop his run for that ball to end up with him. And if he could have just run onto that ball at pace, there would have been a bit more to that movement. Yeah, unlucky there from Lewis Potter, just as he was trying to turn the ball, eventually deflecting back off him. But Brentford doing most of the early running in this second half.
Yeah, well, at the moment, Jose Sardo will speak about goalkeeper picking out a pass. He pings it to the left-hand side to Hugo Bueno himself and Coyote all over each other. Bueno comes away with the ball, skips inside, plays it to the edge of the area to João Gomez. Makes his way to Andre on the edge of the area, switches out to the right to Chow. He'll swing one in, takes a deflection, but nicely held by Kelleher in goal. Of course, I've brought you the line. Just have a look at the benches as well for either side. Got Valdemarson as the backup keeper for Brentford. Pinnock, Ayer, Shield, Yamaluki, of course, he started in the last game as well. Theodore, Nelson, Donovan, so options from the bench. Whereas Wolves, as it's headed forward to Armstrong. Nods it down for Angel Gomez. Hasn't really been involved in his opening 7 minutes in the second half, but as Paul said, it's been a lot of ball for Brentford. They've done most of the possession and the heavy lifting in that area in the second half. For Wolves, Bentley's a backup goalkeeper. You've got Wolf, Doherty, Lima, Totti Gomez, Rodrigo Gomez, Juanqui Channon, and Rocadare. So both teams have many options from the bench. Shade knocks it forward to Thiago. Well intercepted there by Bueno. Both teams coming forward. It's a very open game here. Left-hand side, Hugo Bueno. Lovely ball into the box. To the back six. Swing back to Chow. He's there. Just never really catches it. It's one of them where it's a decent ball. I think if you're running onto it when you're flat and you're just hitting it, I think he does his best to just get it on target, but an easy save for Kelleher in the hands.
Well, there's plenty of time there for Bueno to pick out that cross. And if anything, Tachio can actually take a touch and try and look for a teammate, or maybe just really try and measure that shot. As a long ball now goes all the way to the edge of the Wolves penalty area. and the visitors just about deal with it. But it's the kind of end-to-end game we were expecting, I think, from these two sides.
It was quite open. We spoke about it before going on the air. I think it's been proven right so far. So just looking at, we were speaking as well before, the record of Gomez is we've currently got 2 on the field, haven't we? We've got 2 on the bench. If they were to come on, we could be looking at 4 as well. So that's why whenever we do mention the Gomez's, we'll do our best to at least try to say the first name as well, because you've got Angel and Zhao. If we're trying to describe them, you never know who it really is. And a couple of buenos on the field as well in Santiago and Hugo. Ball forward for Otaro, nodded away by Santiago Bueno. Coyote picks it up, ball forward to Otaro. Lovely first touch, fakes it back onto his left, then back onto his right, twisting and turning away from Andre. Dinks it into the box with his Potter's there, sending it away by Bellegarde. Bella safe and sorry, is he asking for possibly an offside earlier in the build-up? I'm not too sure, but this is where Otaro, for me, he looks so lively this evening.
No, he does. It really does seem like he wants to prove a point this evening. He does really well to get away from Andre, jinking one way and then the other. When this ball comes in, not really sure what Bellegarde was complaining about. He must have assumed that there was an offside in the build-up, but we can see from the replay that there wasn't.
I don't know if he was trying to say maybe Lewis Potter was offside. If it had fell for him, it would have been, but you headed it away. So yeah, we're not too sure on that. Just about 10 minutes into the second half, it's still Brentford 2, Wolves 1, but it's been a lively 10 minutes of the second half and a bit of merry-go-round in the penalty area at the moment. Myself and Paul were speaking about the wrestling in the box. It will be an in-swinger coming in. Jose Sar's pushing and shoving. There's so many bodies in the way. He's pushed Nathan Collins away. Jensen will swing one in into an area. It goes for absolutely everyone. And he didn't take a touch off of Wolfsman, so it will be a goal kick there. And you can see Sar, he pushed Thiago, was it? Then he pushed Collins as well. But
that's the trouble though, Lewis. When you see how much pushing and shoving it was, in the end, both sets of players completely forgot there was actually a ball being whipped in from the corner. It's almost like they're doing just having a wrestling session inside. Oh yeah, there's actually a football match going on as well. But before you know it, the ball sailed out for a goal kick. So it was slightly comical, but then obviously regular occurrence, I would say, in the Premier League these days. But here come Wolves.
Gomez tries to flick it forward to Armstrong. He's going to get there as well. Poor defending by Brentford. He'll fall for Chow. Ball back into the box for Armstrong. It strikes off the post. And that's how quickly we spoke about Brentford many times. Their transition, their pace. That just proved it there for Wolves. He's already grabbed one. You can see when a striker is in confidence, Armstrong shot one, looking for his second. But I thought it was here. You look very bemused as well. And I thought you were right. That defending there from Lewis Potter and Van de Beek was so poor.
They're waiting for the ball just they're both waiting for each other to go for it. They commit the Cardinals instead of letting a ball go in between them, and there was this terrible defending. But here come Wolves again now. It's Tachua from the right-hand side. It just gets blocked off and Brentford clear their lines. Potentially a chance here for Igor Thiago, but Jose Sarr is a long way out from his goal.
I was just waiting for him to miss the ball for a second there. I was just waiting for a mistake because as we spoke about a lot with the yellow card's been given here, waiting for the culprit. It will be Nathan Collins for the skipper for Brentford. I believe it was for a foul that was it was on Bellegarde. It was given as a chance.
Yeah, it says a nasty lunge there from Collins. He's late there. He was never going to get the ball.
The referee, because it was still coming forward there, it was just given as an advantage, but you always felt it was going to pull that back there. So the B skipper picking up a yellow card, but that's Paul there in the middle from Andre, picked up by Damsgaard. Can he find a player forward? Igor Thiago will get there first. I think he just ran away from him a little bit too much. I thought he could have even though tried to stick the leg out there.
It was overhit, that pass. I think maybe Igor Thiago gave up on it a little bit, but I still think it wasn't quite as a direct and precise pass as it might have been from Mikko Damsgaard there.
As well, if it was a better ball, Jose Sarr was in no man's land, because if that's a better ball, he cannot get there, but then he can't just start rushing back because there's so much space. So I think Thiago would have, whether it goes in the back of the net or not, is completely unknown because we're not going to get the chance, but he might have just tried to dink that over. But this second half, so much space in the first half, but seems to have just opened up even more in the second 45. Rick Paul in just a moment as Chavez has it on the right-hand side. Dinks the ball into the box. Kelleher, he almost slipped, but also committed a lot to the front post. He got back in the end and almost just clawed it and then brought it down there. So Brentford do have the ball. So what's it from Damsgaard?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. There's a bit of spin on the ball, which is just taking it away from Igor Thiago, but it wasn't the best ball to him. But the worry, I think, from Brentford's point of view is that they're losing the ball in midfield far too easily, and Wolves are finding so many gaps in attack as well.
They really are at the moment. We'll watch this back up from Gomez. I thought it was just a lost cause of a ball, and then Van den Berg and Lewis Potter, no one makes a decision. Chow puts a decent ball in. I think that's still
that last move there, Lewis, for me, I think that Van den Berg's got to do more. He's the actual sort of marquee defender. He's the centre back. Lewis Potter is a winger being asked to play at left back. He's coming into the middle. Van den Berg should have been the loud voice there, and he should have controlled that better, I think.
Like I say, we're just watching it. You're waiting for just
you asked for it. Vandenberg's the one who shouldn't have. You just wait for one of them just to make that decision, and they both kind of went, "Are you going to make a decision?" Then they just let it run. It was really poor. Ended up being Armstrong hitting it off the post. Could have been 2-2, and could have been game on for Wolves. As we've already spoke about, they've won the last 2 Premier League games, and I believe it was before that they lost, but the game before that, and the last 4, let's say, they've won 2, lost 1, but the draw came in that massive draw at home to Arsenal, you pointed out earlier on. So you just feel that if this is 2-1, even in the 90th minute, you feel that Wolves are going to push for it. Angel Gomez, ball forward to Andre. Just too many 1-2 touches there. So you got Thiago, who is back. He's almost playing in defensive midfield for the moment. There, Andre swings it out to the right side. Chow gets on the end of it. He's played decently on that right-hand side, offering width, pace, and work rate. Armstrong, 1-2, looking for Angel Gomez. Chow looks offside, but it's going to roll for him. Ball into the box, heads go up, Kretsch is there, puts it right up into the sky at the G-Tech and into the arms of Kelleher. And Brentford will have the ball back. We're approaching an hour here at the G-Tech Community Stadium. It's independent off-tube studio commentary. Well, the action this Monday evening from the Premier League. And it's Brentford 2, Wolves 1. Brentford took the lead for a lovely guided header from Coyote after an incredible ball from Lewis Potter, left back to right back. And then lovely pass from Kelleher, brought down, dropped dead on his right boot by Otaro, played across the face of goal for Thiago for one of the easiest goals he's ever going to score this season to make it 2-0. And just before half-time, Armstrong, after a lovely play down from the back from Wolves, it has to be said, finished it off with a lovely first touch and a curling effort, nothing Kelleher could do about it. That's all went at half-time, 15 minutes later on the hour mark. That's exactly where we are as well. It's the Bees who lead 2-1. And as Paul's already mentioned a few times, so another game on this service this evening in the Championship. Pompey against the Rams is still 1-0 to Derby. Big game there in terms of possibly the bottom of the table, and Derby pushing for those playoff picture places, getting really hot and heated, you'd have to say, at the back end of the season.
As always in the Championship, you know, you've got sides that were at one stage flirting with the playoffs who are now getting dragged into a relegation battle, and vice versa as well. So it's a fascinating league as always.
And of course, Wolves, look, they probably have that mentality of let's just do what we can do at the back end of the season. They might be playing in the Championship, so something that they might keep their eyes on. Jensen there wins the ball in the middle. Wolves wanted a free kick, falls for Coyote. He's been pressed down by Bellegarde. They will give away a free kick there, will the Wolves man. But that's one of them where, and maybe another referee will say, no, that's just, you know, a bit of battling. Bellegarde could have had a chance.
He could have. I think those ones are 50-50. I think sometimes where the foul happens on the pitch, how the fouled player falls, and also the reaction of the crowd, whether it's a home or away decision, that can sometimes make a difference. It shouldn't for the referee. It should just be a case of looking at what's happened and making his mind up. But sometimes they are influenced by that. Didn't seem to be too much in that really for me. But say Coyote sort of showed the referee that he was being fouled, and that was enough for the decision. But yeah, looking at Wolves' record since the 30th of December. 12 games, 3 wins, 5 draws, just 4 defeats, 14 points. And actually, since the 30th of December, they're 13th in the league.
It just shows that if they want to have really just comically terrible 3 months, 4 months of the league until Rob Edwards came in, there would definitely be mid-table in a relegation battle, but they won't be near enough, quote-unquote, already down.
No, I think so. I think that... yeah, well, we made the point in the first half that, to me, Wolves just relied too much on the feel-good factor from avoiding relegation last season into assuming that alone would be enough. And actually, you know, Vitor Pereira, for all the bounce that he managed to get at the end of last season, he lost all of that by the beginning of this season. So it was pretty much a sort of a done deal from quite early on for Wolves. But they've got a hugely passionate fan base, and they certainly will be well supported next season. It's just a case of whether they can back it up on the pitch.
No, you're 100% right. And what you pointed out in the first half, I think, was very, very much hitting the nail on the head. That look, it's about putting money back in the club, isn't it? You lost so many players, and they never replaced them. And in the summer, Cunha and Nori went, and you've just never replaced them as well, have you? And the side that was what came up, Ruben Neves, Jean Moutinho, you had Adama Traore was on fire, wasn't you? Raul Jimenez. These players just never got replaced, and it just every single year just felt like it
just seemed that. I mean, you mentioned those players. It just seemed that all the signings that were brought in were sort of one step down from that, and with the greatest of respects. But you know, for all the goals that they've been scoring, they're just not quite the same. But they've got a chance now. It's a long throw here from Mosquera from the right hand side, headed on, but straight into Kelleher.
Maybe looking to quickly counter. You saw the run there from Jensen, but I think if anything, this opening nearly 20 minutes of the second half. It's been great to watch, but if I'm on the side of the fan, Keith Andrews, I'm probably sitting going, can we just keep the ball for 5 minutes maybe, just slow it down, because as I say that, Charlie's giving it away. Look, from two neutrals watching it, it's been fantastic, but still, if I'm leading 2-1, I feel Wolves are just slowly but surely, maybe in the second half, I'd say being the better side in the opening 20 minutes. I know they haven't had the chances or the goals yet, and Brentford are still 2-1 up, and when Brentford come forward, they'll still look really dangerous, I won't say that. But in terms of who's got the momentum and who's been the better side, I would say Wolves have been that in the second half.
They have, yeah. That's to me, that's irrefutable. I think that you can see Keith Andrews looking a little bit sort of frustrated and deep in thought, whereas Rob Edwards was actually quite animated talking to his assistant Paul Trollope, trying to sort of work things out, because they can see that they've got Brentford on the ropes here. And Keith Andrews immediately calling over to one of his substitutes, specifically it's the young Ukrainian Yeka Yarmolyuk. So potentially they're looking for that little bit of extra cover. So would this be Yarmolyuk coming on to replace Henderson, who rarely plays a 90, or potentially he might be coming on to replace Damsgaard to shore up the centre of that midfield?
Possibly. I will say as well, and I feel it's because Otaro's maybe too good. I've been disappointed with Kevin Schade this evening. He looked a little bit off the boil.
Yes, he has. I think that's the trouble with Schade, is that he doesn't have a middle ground. He's either all over the attack and really sort of influential for Brentford in goals and assists, or he just goes sort of missing on that far side. And he does have that kind of, he comes across sometimes as a player who plays with a bit of a chip on his shoulder as well, which can work in your favour, but I'll break off that because he comes to chew a 4-0 for Wolves.
Down the right-hand side, he'll find a ball into the box. It's just over the head of Armstrong. Coyote has to clear it away. It's cleared to Thiago. He brings it down. Nearly some sloppy defending. Collins will come away with it. They just that is just picking a ball. Can I get it as far as I can out for a throw-in to give us a bit of a breather? Wolves don't want to give them that. It's exactly what they need to do, but that's a poor pass into Schade. Wataro holds it back, goes back to Collins in defence. He goes further back to Kelleher. Again, looking at the Premier League table just quickly, of course, Wolves at the bottom on 16 points, 4 off of Burnley, 13 off of West Ham and Forest in 18th and 17th, respectively. We'd have to look at Brentford. 30 games played, they're only a point behind Chelsea, they're 2 points behind Liverpool in 5th, 4 points behind Aston Villa in 4th. You'd have to say that, for example, if Liverpool can catch Manchester United in 3rd, I think that is very much happening, you could easily say Brentford can catch Villa in 4th.
Well, also, you have to say that for Brentford, not famous for not having the most watertight defence, the fact that they have the same number of goals conceded as 3rd place Manchester United, I think is a huge result. I mean, it has been a brilliant season for Brentford, and they just got to try and see out to the end. Here they come again now with Lewis Potter's ball into Schade. It's flicked on across the 6-yard box, back to Lewis Potter. He's fighting for it there with Mosquera before Tachua gets the challenge, and it's out for a throw to Brentford.
That was a really good piece of play. I thought Schade's ball was very good at the back, and similar to when Wolves had that chance earlier with Armstrong, and it was Van den Berg and Lewis Potter didn't make a decision. I thought Santiago Bueno and Krejci in the middle almost just didn't make it. He came up one of them, but they didn't make a decision. And then Mosquera didn't clear it. There's a half shout for handball here.
No, his arm is up, but I actually think it hits his hip underneath his arm there, so no issue with that one for me.
I mean, it's one of them where I don't mind them looking at that, though, because if you're a referee, I could not see that.
I mean, looking at that one live, his arm is up, so you either take a guess that he's handballed it or he hasn't, whereas now we've seen a replay, we can clearly see that he hasn't.
I think if they've had a check very quickly, I think the referee's actually gone over to Mosquera and said, look, we've had a quick look. No, it's not. And Mosquera's gone, yeah, no worries about that. Never mind them having a look. But if they'd look at that and it cost us 3 minutes, that's when you see them going, right, well, why was there a need for that? But as Paul says, it will be a throw-in and it will be a Coyote special. Last time they had that was very far out when Van den Berg headed on to Thiago. It comes in, heads go up, and it will be Van den Berg who gets on the end of it once again, but that one goes over.
There can sometimes be a danger with the Coyote throw that it's got that much pace on it, and the Brentford players need to make sure that they're taking enough of it. Actually, we can see that Van den Berg was trying to get underneath that a bit too much, and he nods it quite a long way over the bar in the end.
We're just seeing pictures of Schade, so my assumption might be that he is a man to make way. There's definitely one substitution being made. Just wanted to see if it will be 2. But when we spoke about Schade, you were spot on there what you spoke about. Sometimes with Schade and Otaro, it's hard for both of them to be on songs this evening. Otaro he's got the assist, he's been brilliant. Schade has taken that back seat, and it'll be Yamaluke who's coming on for him. Will that be maybe a change of formation, or will that just be Ukrainian on the wing?
Potentially, I think that it may put. What it might do is Yarmolyuk will sit in with Henderson. Potentially, Jensen could go into the number 10 role, and then Damsgaard could play in the wide role. That might be one way that they try and negotiate it now, I think.
At the
moment, it looks like, actually at the moment, they're pressing high, so we'll have to wait and see how it does fall. But Damsgaard is on the left, Jensen has been pushed up, Wataro still on the right with Thiago leading the line, so we'll have to wait and see how it does play out. But here come Wolves on a counter-attack. Hugo Bueno's got in behind Coyote. Coyote shows his pace up. Bueno still has it, though, in the penalty area. Tries to put a ball into the box. It's defended well by Coyote. Also coming over to help out was his teammates there. Damsgaard, ball out to him. It was a poor pass. He's never getting there. It's a throw for Wolves. And I think Wolves have just kept that intensity up. They've been really good. They've almost just not let Brentford breathe, have they? When especially in their half, they haven't let them breathe. They've been on top of them. The loose passes. Brentford have, to a degree, rarely been in the Wolves' half in the sense that they've had balls in there and have had chances. But it's a lot of the balls have been in, and possession have been in the half of Brentford. And it's going to be a long throw in here, so maybe an opportunity for Wolves. See what their long throw is. Mascara.
Yeah, Mosquera has got a very good long throw, but he's going to have to really get it from here. It's about 40 yards away.
It's a decent one as well. It's just into the edge of the area. Andre nods it on. That's what you need with those type of throw-ins. Headed away though by Vandenberg. Andre is wrestling with Wataro to come away with the ball. Damsgaard wins it, tries to flick it forward. You do feel maybe that Brentford get that pass right in behind, and they are going to be in behind. Well defended by Bueno, back to the keeper. But they had that ball in behind for Wataro, didn't they? Where it was just under hit by Damsgaard. That's maybe been their best chance of the second half. But a few really half chances have the Bees. We'll just bring this play to a pause as Damsgaard has just gone down. I don't know if he's maybe taken a kick or a whack or it is an injury, but if he goes down, especially just have that little tweak of formation, a bit disappointing. And if you're a coach who's just made a sub and you see a player go down and you go, oh, if you'd have done that earlier, we could have made a different sub.
Yes, absolutely. But if this is something that's just happened to Damsgaard now, already we could see Keith Andrews and one of his assistants there in full discussion as to what needs to happen next. But Brentford still have two more changes, as we can see. Another famous stadium, which is actually visible from the G-Tech. It's Wembley Stadium with its famous arches. Probably about 3 or 4 miles as the crow flies, but that's not really representative, because if you try and make that journey by car, even in the middle of the night, it's still going to take you a long time with all the traffic restrictions and lights, and obviously with traffic it's going to take you a very long time indeed. But we're able to talk about such things right now because Damsgaard's still being checked over.
Yeah, so there might be a pause of play for a few minutes, and I mean as well, this is not the stereotype we see goalkeepers go down. The Damsgaard is injured, but it does give both teams just have a bit of a team talk, as it is Brentford 2, Wolves 1. We're halfway through the second half, 3/4 of the game done and dusted. The Bees lead 2-1. It's independent off-tube studio commentary of this Monday evening clash in the Premier League. And take us through to full time. Pass you over to Paul.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Yeah, still no change in the Championship game. It's still Portsmouth 0, Derby 1. That was the scoreline quite early on in the first half. And as Lewis mentioned, they're just replaying us the 3 goals we have had in this game so far. None in the second half, all the goals coming in the first. But it has been an exciting second half. And the fact that Brentford know that Wolves are up for it this evening, Brentford know that their defence isn't the most watertight, does make for a fascinating end to this game, as Mikkel Damsgaard, the body language, the way he's hobbling, that suggests to me that he won't be coming back this evening. And so already they're getting ready with the change. And I tell you what, this is a mark of just how seriously Brentford are taking Wolves. They're taking off their number 10, Mikkel Damsgaard, and replacing him with a centre-back in Christopher Ayer.
Yeah, and my assumption would be obviously that'll go to a back 3,
yes,
back 5.
Absolutely, yeah.
You are spot on there. They could have brought on a substitution as well in their attacking areas. My first look would be Nelson to come on because Damsgaard's playing on the left-hand side, winger for winger at that point. But you're all right. Maybe as well he's thinking, look, 20 minutes left. We've played with a back 3 before. Let's see what Wolves are going to do, and what they're going to do is bring the big 6'6", 6'7" striker on.
Yeah, Tolu Arukadare is getting ready to come on. The big man, I've had an opportunity to commentate on him a couple of times already for Wolves. Quite early on when he just arrived in England as well, I actually thought that there really was something in him in terms of the height and the power. He is a decent finisher as well. Hasn't really had too many opportunities to show it, just because of the nature of how Wolves have been playing for most of this season. But he's another one as well where you just think, what would his future be? I mean, whether or not he's done enough this season, whether he has enough physical attributes that he would be remaining in the Premier League, or maybe he's one of those sort of battering ram style players that you actually need in a championship.
Well, and as well, what I felt for him is, I think it's to a degree, he's a player, he's just not system, but he's hard to work out, isn't he? You have to get the best out of him because he's so big, but he's fast. He's got a lot of attributes. But he came in when you had Strand Larsen. They're never going to play together, are they? Whereas you could see Armstrong and Arukadare playing.
Yeah, so, absolutely. Although ironically, Palace have now got that same problem, haven't they? Because Jean-Philippe Mateta didn't leave, having failed a medical on deadline day, and Palace, assuming that obviously he was going to leave, they signed Jurgen Arteta won't be there by the end of the summer, I would assume, as indeed the manager won't be either. But back into the G10, there's going to be a free kick into Wolves, just at the edge of the centre circle. Bit of a pointless shove there, really, from Matthias Jensen. The referee's never going to ignore that.
No, it was just very silly because as well, one thing, he just had two hands on the back. He physically pushed him as well. Very, very silly there. Substitution is going to be coming on with Roca. It'll be Bellegarde who's going off. So you can imagine as well now it will just be, I'd say, 3-5-2. Armstrong up top with Roca Dare, midfield three of Andre Schau and Angel Gomez.
Absolutely, yes. And Tolu Orokadare onto the field he comes now. And as I say, with his size and the way that he can get into the penalty area when Wolves do get those set pieces, if they get those. It's been a while actually since Wolves have been able to cross the ball into the box. They had that long throw from Mosquera a few moments ago. The ball's back in play now. Igor Thiago trying to hunt down Andre, but Andre gets there first easily actually and goes all the way back towards Jose Sarr. Just to remind you that the action comes thick and fast on our service this week. Tomorrow and Wednesday we have action from the EFL as well as the Champions League, of course. Perhaps I should have done those the other way around, really. Champions League and the EFL. But then on Thursday, we have the second legs of the Europa League and Europa Conference League before your final Premier League fix for a couple of weeks at the weekend before we go into an international break towards the end of March. So, yeah, plenty to come in terms of the football schedule. Very much the business end of the season. Possession here now for Wolves just inside their own half. We've got exactly 15 minutes to go. Just ticked over the 75th here at the G-Tech. Brentford leading 2-1, but this result is no way a foregone conclusion. Wolves can quite easily get back into this game. They've seen more of the ball, and as Lewis has rightly pointed out, they've actually looked like the more expansive side in the second half.
In the second half, definitely. And again, that's what, as you spoke about Rob Edwards, he's been so positive since coming in and continues to be, and here they come.
They do, yeah. Ball switched over from left to right, drops at the edge of the area. Gomez, Angel Gomez with the strike. The invitation to shoot was there, but his body position wasn't quite right after the ball was laid off by Tachua, and in the end the shot goes wide.
Yeah, it wasn't it? I think the first touch is nice to set himself, isn't it? And to a degree, you're thinking as well, I'm not saying Orokadare should go for it or score, but if he just flicks a leg out, maybe gets someone on it, there could have been a chance there. But that was a lovely pass from Chachao there on the right side.
It certainly was, yeah. He's had 7 crosses in the game this evening as Jackson Tachua. As I say, I've had a few commentaries of Wolves this season where he's stood out as being one of the weaker players just in terms of how many times he gives the ball away. He's not the greatest defender either for someone who plays in a back five. But actually, saying that, he's had a decent game this evening. Christopher Ayers barely been on the field a couple of minutes, and the Norwegian international is going to get a yellow card here for a foul on the said Jackson Tachua there. Just stopping him going after the ball. I mean, Ayo very animated in his protest, but what could the referee do there, really?
Yeah, it was always going to be a yellow card, and especially just coming on. If you're Keith Andrews, now you've made that change, you probably sit there and go, right, I've just made this change, you're already on a yellow card. It's a very silly yellow card as well. Now the pressure's on him for the rest of the game, isn't it? They take the this set piece short, it's going to be floated into Mosquera and still coming forward.
Yeah, and it drops at the edge of the... Oh, he's coming into the 6-yard box. Wolves have got their equaliser. And it's Orokadare who has the flag gone up. I don't think it has. Wolves are level in this game. Brentford's leaky defence showing itself once again. And it's Orokadare, Rob Edwards, masterstroke off the bench. Getting Orokadare on the field, and within a couple of minutes, the big man is on the score sheet. And it didn't take very much at all. It's just a good ball into the box, and that Brentford defence once again.
Was lovely, but just a movement from Orokadare to the back post. Well, they took it short. It was really poor. Mosquera as well to keep it alive. We'll be looking if he's onside or not. He is well onside as well. Ball put in, doesn't take a flick. I think Coyote does well in terms of letting the ball run. It's just the defender on him at the back sticks. Is it Collins, I want to say? Lets Orokadare just on the blind side. He runs past him. It's poor defending.
It is poor. I mean, is it Collins or is it Ayer at that? I think it might be. It's Christopher Ayer. Just gets... I mean, Orokadare has all the time he needs there, and then he just guides that ball into the net. Frustrated Brentford fans behind the goal, delighted Wolves fans in that corner. They might be even more delighted. Brentford have given it away, and Wolves are pushing towards the edge of the area. As with Armstrong, he's taking too many touches, though, at the edge of the box. He doesn't pull the trigger, finds Hugo Bueno now on the left-hand side, just at the edge of the box, puts across it, headed away by Vandenberg. And then it's scrambled clearance there from Dango Otara. And at this rate, Brentford will just be happy to take a 2-2 draw, because Wolves haven't said the last word yet. They're pushing forward again here now. down the right-hand side. But momentum in the game is so important. Brentford are a side supposedly chasing Europe. Wolves are a side supposedly already all but relegated, and yet it's the side that are all but relegated. They're actually looking much better. I'll get your thoughts in a second, because here come Wolves again. It's Hugo Bueno into Rokadari off the crossbar. Oh, that's how close Wolves were to taking the lead, nearly scoring twice inside 2 minutes. But Rukadare, with the goalkeeper and the defenders all stood watching, crashes his header on the underside of the bar.
What a header, what a ball, what a header. He's just, unfortunately, it's not on target. That's a few inches below it, probably goes off the underside of the bar and in the back of the net. But Brentford, you're spot on. We've got just over 10 minutes of stoppage time. I think if you said to Keith Andrews right now, you could have a 2-2 all, I think he would take your hand off for it, as you say.
No, he would. I think he absolutely would. It's as crazy as that sounds. You go back to when Brentford were 2-0 up in this game, he'd say, what do you mean 2-2? We're going to win this 3 or 4, aren't we? But no, the game's completely changed. Brentford have just taken their foot off the gas, and Wolves have very much just been plugging away. They deserve this draw. They've been the better side in the second half. Brentford pushing forward now. We've got excuse me. We have 11 minutes to play, plus injury time here at the G-Tech. Are we going to find a winner? Brentford now trying to push down the right-hand side. Cross coming in. Lewis Potter gets underneath it. I mean, Tachua is saying that there might have been a foul on him. In any case, just because him and Lewis Potter were that close, by the time the ball reached the Brentford man, he couldn't do anything with it, really.
And he was just wondering. He just hits him. He's making the run. He's not heading it. He's just hitting his head.
He absolutely nailed it. The ball has hit him. It's not a header from Keane Lewis Potter. The ball has crossed and it happened to hit his head. That's basically what's happened there. But, I mean, what a header this is from Rukadare. But again, I mean, Brentford, they dropped Nathan Collins back in January for a spell where Ayer and Vandenberg actually played really well as the two, as the two centre-backs. And now you can see why, because Collins does have this about him where he's good in the air, he's good with challenges, but his man marking was so poor there for that header.
No, it was just too easy for Rokadare, and to a degree, he's got too much on it, hasn't he? He's got too much force behind it. He's unlucky because I think everything is, but the ball's great, the jump's great, the header's great. If anything, if he could have, it's been really uber critical. Just guide it a little bit lower because the goalkeeper can't do about it. But I mean, what a substitute he's been.
I love that shot of Rob Edwards there. He literally headed the ball as Rukadare was getting into the box to head it. That's what you like. You like those managers that they're kicking every ball with their players on the field. They really are living it all. And to say, we know that some of the things the managers do on the touchline are there just for the cameras because they know the cameras are on them. But when it's a bit more authentic like that, it really does look great. As long ball now for Armstrong to chase. Real pressure there, and Vandenberg felt that. He nearly miscontrolled that to the point where he gave it away. It's back now with Kelleher, and Coyote does well just to drop a shoulder, gets away from Hugo Bueno, but he's running straight into trouble in the form of João Gomez. Just about keeps his feet and keeps the ball. It's with Ayer now, under pressure here from Tachua. Brentford getting into a bit of a cul-de-sac inside their own half, and they'll be delighted to hear that referee's whistle, because even without that foul from Tachua, I think Tachua lunged in there unnecessarily. I think Brentford were on the cusp of losing that ball anyway.
Yeah, I think that's actually quite silly because Rokadare is there, isn't it? He's just, like I say, stretches in and unnecessary there because he's
that touch from Coyote, he was losing the ball there anyway. Tachua, that's maybe why he's got his head in his hands there, because he can't argue with the foul, but he knows how close he was to actually winning that ball fairly anyway.
Yeah, he's just a timing, isn't it, as you say, and I think that's your point right there, is he's not shaking his head because he doesn't think it's a foul, he's more shaking his head at himself, knowing,
yeah,
I should have done better there.
Have I done that? Yeah, they'd given him a freebie there, but now Brentford have taken a quick throw, and it's Jensen in towards Lewis Potter. He just about controls it after an initial challenge from Mosquera. Then he tries to turn and he wants that ball to go out for a corner. Then he's saying he was pushed. Referee doesn't agree with either. It's just going to be a throw to Brentford, which, considering it's right by the edge of the area, won't make any difference here at all. Yeah, we're getting some playground antics here now. Lewis Potter was complaining to the referee, so Mosquera sort of patted him on the chest like, there, don't worry about it. So then Lewis Potter then grabs Mosquera by the ear, like it literally is like something out the primary school playground. But thankfully the two gentlemen have now grown up very quickly, and we can see this throw-on coming in from the left-hand side. It's going to be launched into the penalty area, and Mosquera trying to jostle for position there. Coyote, has he been booked for taking too long with a throw? I guess that's probably the side effect of having these long throws. Of course, they may be in danger next season with the new rules that they're threatening to bring in. But Coyote now with a chance to launch this ball into the 6-yard box. It's a good throw, but it's a good punch towards the edge of the area. Then it's Henderson heading it back towards goal. Not if clear, it's going to go out for a throw to Brentford on the right-hand side this time.
You know, Coyote making that run over from left to right, can't you? Yeah, just go back to the pulling up the, always makes you laugh that, yeah, it's playground stuff, as you say, it's as immature as it gets. but Mosquera patted Lewis Potter, he didn't say anything. Mosquera, as soon as he picked it, he looked at the ref and go, "Oh, referee, what's he doing?" He went, "Well, you can't start it, so you've got to expect something back."
Yeah, I mean, it's comical when players get into those little shenanigans, but now we've got another long throw here for Brentford, even more wrestling inside that 6-yard box. Coyote's ball into the 6-yard. Dare there with a good header away. Armstrong then hooks it clear. No Wolves player on the halfway line, but that makes sense. They need to have everybody back trying to help defend. Kelleher is out for Brentford all the way to the halfway line, leaves the ball now for Lewis Potter, who then pumps that towards the edge of the penalty area. In fact, it never actually got that close to the penalty area in the end. It's been nodded clear, but Jensen now going through the gears. He gets away from two, but then the cross is overhit. No chance for Otara. And the ball sails out for a goal kick. And Brentford are going to make a change. And it's been an expensive mistake, you have to say, for Brentford. They brought in Reece Nelson on loan from Arsenal. They're paying his salary in full, so by default, he is Brentford's highest paid player this season, and he makes an appearance once every 4 games off the bench. It's just not worked out at all, really.
Yeah, I mean, I know they wanted to win. Ayer came on, and for Damsgaard, I know that was maybe a change you had to make instantly. You couldn't think about that because of the injury, but I just thought you'd just bring Nelson, just straight swap it, and then if you want to bring Ayer on 10 minutes later, do that. Because Nelson's probably sat there going, "Why am I not coming on?" And now he's coming on with the game to be won. Let's say you get 5 minutes at a time. He's got 10 minutes to come on, get warm to the game, and try and do something. I know he's a great player, but I always think it's a bit of an nasty slate to come on and really do something.
I agree. I often think that any change made, I mean, just sometimes you see a manager bringing on a number 10 creative midfielder with 5 minutes to go, and you think, well, how is he supposed to get into the game? Right, fair enough. A top player can always find that one pass in a split second, so you don't need to be on the field for the entire game, but you do sometimes feel that it is just a sort of a hopeful thing rather than actually the manager being convinced. As David Muller-Wolf is getting ready to come on here for Wolves. That would be a straight swap here for Yerson Mosquera. And just confirmation, I think it was Otara that went off. Yes, it was. We didn't get the confirmation on our screen initially, but we can now confirm it. That's Reece Nelson, the Arsenal loanee, is on the field for Brentford, replacing Dango Otara. And you're going to see a Wolves change. It looks like a double change there, I thought. But certainly we could see that Rodrigo Gomez is getting ready to come on. And wait to see who he comes on for. But here come Brentford now on the attack down the right-hand side. It's Lewis Potter's ball into the box. Headed away by Bueno. Back towards the edge of the area. Flared up in the air here by Andre Gomez. He gets it very high, but not very far away from his own box. A real tussle there before Santi Bueno gets his head to it. But then Jensen gets the second ball. He hooks it up in the air. Igor Thiago out towards Lewis Potter here on the right-hand side. 2 Wolves players attacking. Goes back to Coyote, but that's good work. Andre gets his body in the way and then gets the free kick. I think it was João Gomez, in fact, as Coyote was judged to have brought him down, but that's a very welcome free kick there for Wolves.
And Wolves take a second, take a rest, they can make the double change as well. Armstrong will be the first man coming off. He's on a yellow card. He's on his goal as well, but he's already on a yellow card and gets some fresh legs on as well, doesn't it? On in his place will be Rodrigo Gomez. We've got another Gomez good. Is that free now? Angel, João and Rodrigo?
Yes, it is, yeah. I still have the record because I did a game where those 3 gentlemen were playing, but also we had the big Portuguese defender Totti Gomez on the field as well. As I say, for a commentator, we always like to have some variety in our commentary, but when you've got one player passing to the player with the same surname, you've got to be a little bit more inventive in terms of how they're getting the ball to each other. Of course, every one of these players really done. I mean, Rodrigo Gomez can be so dangerous on that right or left. I mean, they play him on both sides, really, don't they? But ball out towards Tachua here on the right-hand side. Another Gomez here, João, just overplaying that pass out to Tachua. Immediately putting his hand up to apologise as well, the Brazilian, as we can see. Keith Andrews getting a bit more frustrated here. I mean, of course, he's enjoyed all the plaudits this season. He's enjoyed all the praise. He'll be very much enjoying the fact that in the last couple of weeks he signed a 6-year deal at the GTEC, so that's his financial future certainly taken care of. But this will be a frustrating evening for him, I think.
100%, especially because you were 2-0 up, you say. Let's say it was 1-0, then 1-1, and 2-1, 2-2. It don't feel as bad. It's got to defend here. João gets there as he win a corner. I think I just have to put it out. It's the context. If you were 2-0 up, you were quite comfortable, as you said, mate. Looking at before the goal for Wolves, you'd have said, yeah, 3-0, 4-1, maybe Wolves do get a consolation goal, but it'll be an easy evening. But now they have this corner, the Wolves, of course, Rodrigo Gomez, as you said, scored the winner against Liverpool and scored on 2-0 against Villa, so he's come up big as well for Wolves.
He has, yeah. He's like he's sort of a finisher in the match. I don't mean a finisher in terms of scoring, but in terms of a player player that comes on at the end, the closer if you're a fan of baseball, as the corner kick comes in here from the right-hand side. It's only partially cleared. It's back over towards the right-hand side again. Rodrigo Gomez, Hugo Bueno, I beg your pardon, turning away and trying to get the cross, and he does get the cross, and it's cleared towards the edge of the area, and now half a chance for Brentford to go on a counter, but that's a superb challenge there from Angel Gomez. No, it isn't. It's a bad challenge, says the referee, with a yellow card, so just as well that I'm not a referee, because to me that looked like he might have got the ball. And certainly the reaction of the Wolves players and Angel Gomez himself suggests that they didn't think this was so bad. It's Jensen getting away. I mean, does he get the ball first, or is it just the fact that it's just too much of the man as well?
Possibly. Watching it back there, I mean, like you said, I think he gets the ball. I think it's a good tackle. I think as well, what doesn't help the ref is probably the reaction from Jensen, because he is caught. It's just the reaction. I mean, you see there both managers at first. I think Keith Andrews goes out and kind of he then goes, "No, he won that ball, didn't he? I'm not going to react to it." He saw Rob Edwards almost fly out.
Yeah, I mean, Rob Edwards, as I say, you couldn't broadcast what he said, but he flew out from his dugout there to try and remonstrate with the referee, and then turns to the fourth official. So that's a tough job, being the fourth official. I mean, in actual fact, what they're actually doing in terms of the game isn't that difficult. They're sort of maintaining the substitutions and sort of just another refereeing voice on the touchline. But in terms of how much they have to deal with in terms of the managers going at them the entire game, not an easy task at all. But in come Brentford now with Jensen heading towards the edge of the area. Now it's Yarmolenko just in front of the box. Too many touches there, I thought. Just slows the move down, but it's still a chance here for Coyote on the right-hand side. He rolls it back to Henderson. Henderson's ball! It's an absolute gilt-edged chance missed by Reece Nelson. He is completely unmarked, diving in 5 yards out, and he times it wrong, and he gets it a long way wide as well.
He gets the header so wrong, doesn't he? That's one of them. If that substitute comes on and he nods it in, you're sitting there going, "What a substitution!" It's a great run as well, because he goes back and he goes in. Does he go off his shoulder maybe in the end as well? Watch it back here. Yeah, he heads it off his shoulder.
Heads it onto his shoulder. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's such a. I mean, say Igor Thiago stood there in the middle of the 6-yard box. If he was the one diving for that, I would like to think that he would have got it on target. But we're into injury time at the end of this game, and there will be 5 minutes of it, which makes sense. We've had substitutions, we've had a goal scored, we've had a couple of injury stoppages as well. They're into the 3rd minute of added time at Fratton Park, where it's still Portsmouth 0, Derby County 1. So that game is almost at an end as well. Rangers again tomorrow, and Wednesday we have EFL and Champions League action. On Thursday we have Europa League and Europa Conference League action for another domestic weekend. The ball going out of play. Mosquera, they're unhappy with something. We're going to see this chance that Brentford had again. It's a great ball from Henderson, and that's the winning goal there for Brentford that just goes wide.
I mean, the question as well, what you would say is, I think it is on target. If he's headed that and he has off of his shoulder, I wonder where the header was going to a degree. Was it going wide? Because he's so close, and that's exactly what we said though. Because if I'm Reece Nelson, you should be putting that way. I'm not trying to give him any help, but you might just think, go, yeah, but that's my 3rd touch of the game. I've come on, it gets a lot of pressure. If I'd have been on an extra 10 minutes, maybe I've had a run at my defender, maybe my runs, or maybe I'm just a bit more in the game.
Yeah, I think there is definitely something in that. As I say, from a pundit sort of armchair fan, sort of armchair critic kind of thing, I'll say, how can he miss that? I would imagine that the Brentford coaching staff will be a bit more analytical about it, and they'll say, yeah, if this was him on the field for an hour and he misses that, then it's a bit more of an issue. He's been on the field for a minute or two, but the Premier League's ruthless. As I say, he's had a couple of loans already. He's been at Fulham and couldn't quite make it stick. He's had a couple of run-outs at Arsenal. He's scored a couple of big goals. He scored a winning goal, didn't he, for Arsenal in the last minute, I think, against Bournemouth in a crazy high-scoring game. So he's had his moments at the Emirates, but he just can't make it last long-term. So it does make you wonder what his future holds, because he's on a very big salary. I can't imagine anyone's going to match that salary, whether or not. So can't see him getting much of a game at Arsenal now either. But Brentford have a free kick. Jensen got bundled over. The Wolves were unhappy, feeling that there was just a regular mid-air collision. But the referee gave a free kick. It's a really, really poor free kick from Matthias Jensen. Absolutely no chance of anybody getting on the end of that. He just lifts it too high and it sails out for a goal kick.
Yeah, well over it. That's really poor from him. He's a really good dead ball specialist user as well, which is even more disappointing. Easy goal kick for Wolves, who now this will be for the last 2 minutes. It will be Brentford pushing Wolves to be happy with a 2-2 draw. Just back to Nelson as well quickly. He's had 50 minutes of Premier League football this season, so you do just have to sit there and say,
it's just hard to get into the rhythm of anything. 50 minutes all season. He's had a few minutes in the FA Cup against Macclesfield and Sheffield Wednesday.
Yeah, he scored against Grimsby earlier in the EFL Cup this season as well. I seem to remember. But he's not had, as I say, there's a reason. Brentford play with a lot of attacking flair. They have at least 2, if not 3, forwards on the pitch at any given time. And the fact that his game time has been limited to under an hour in Premier League football is more of a sign. I don't think it's a sign of Brentford not giving him the opportunity. It's just that they obviously feel that there are players better equipped to do that role at the moment.
No, 100%. And that's where the worry is, isn't it? Because it's always going to be, if he'd have come in January, that's a completely different story. It's a second loan, isn't it? He's been there since the summer and he's had that many minutes. There's got to be something that we're not seeing as to why. There's just got to be, and as you said, he'll be disappointed, but also I'm sure Brentford will be disappointed.
No, absolutely. As I said, Brentford are paying a huge amount of money for him to be there. He's above anything that would be on Brentford's regular pay scale. They obviously have him as a loan player, so they're expected to match his wages. As here come Wolves now. The throw from Mosquera initially was cleared. It's then back to Mosquera. He whips the ball in, but it sails out for a goal kick. We're into the last 40 seconds of added time at the end of this game, and it's been a fascinating game. A game which Brentford will probably be very frustrated at not winning. Wolves will be delighted at the fact that they've been able to draw. And again, it just shows you the character that Wolves have got in the last 7 or 8 games.
Well, it hasn't now. That's what, in 5 games, 1 loss, 2 draws and 2 wins. That's a great piece of form, isn't it? As you said, it's just that first 3 months, 3.5 months that you look back on and say, oh, we saw the stat that we were ranked 13th in the league, and I assume this point would push them a little bit further and maybe in front of that since Rob Edwards came in. What was it, the 30th December we saw?
It was, yes. That's absolutely right. We've got one more chance here for Brentford. A free kick from the halfway line, launched long here by Jensen, straight into the arms of Jose Sarr. He boots this long. The referee is going to play on for a few seconds over the 5 minutes, which is a problem here for Brentford because chasing this ball all the way is Rodrigo Gomez, and he gets into the box and he just runs into Henderson. How important is the veteran Jordan Henderson there? Because the initial cover on Rodrigo Gomez was very poor.
It was, and it was almost that man, as you said, the close of the finish for Wolves there, and he's won inside a corner, hasn't he? I believe. So we thought the last chance there was for Brentford. This will be last chance saloon for Wolves.
It really is the last chance here. We're over a good. We'll be nearly a minute over the 5 we were supposed to have by the time this corner kick is taken. And those fans with their head in their hands here are not the Brentford fans, they're the Wolves fans, because they know there's a real good chance they could actually get a win here in the last kick of the game. Rob Edwards is still marshalling his players, telling them where he wants them to go. Mosquera and Andre, they're having a quick discussion as to the way they want to go. It needs to be the right ball in from the left hand. Oh, it's whipped in. It's just a little bit too low. It drops into Andre. His effort is charged down. Then Jensen gets a hook on it. It's away from the penalty area, and the referee calls time on the game at the G-Tech. It's been a fascinating game this evening. Brentford 2-0 up at one stage, but Wolves got them back to 2-1 before the break, before getting their equaliser, making it 2-2 at full time. Myself, Paul Shabakovic, and Lewis Raftery, thank you very much for joining us.
With us shortly, the atmosphere predictably wonderful. So what a stage for the players to take to here ahead of such an important game. Real Madrid looking for a fast start to get things done early here. Yes, and that's very apparent, Peter. Competition football is a different beast entirely.
and you have to be prepared to dig deep to prevent everything going south very quickly. So this could be a tentative standoff.
Haaland! A collective sigh of relief from the defence.
A chance that's created through very good grafting. Did well to get in the face of his opponent.
Camavinga. Alexander-Arnold. Long and direct. A buccaneering run from the defender. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. He's had a go! Bernardo Silva, who is there to heave it away. Looking to break out here. Now it's Haaland. Cherki. Well positioned to make that interception. Rudiger. Camavinga. Howson. Semenyo. Reinders. Just brushed off the ball there. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Rudiger. Camavinga. Alexander-Arnold plays it forward. Camavinga. Ignoring. Hoists it forward. Cherki. Haaland receives him in a wide position. Bernardo Silva plays it short. Looking for a decent ball in. Rodri. Reinders. Puts in a cross. Hurls himself at it. Great effort. He flew in with courage.
Haaland may have slightly misjudged the timing, but there was nothing wrong with the intent.
Alexander-Arnold. Camavinga. Mbappe. Goulet. Yehi. Rodri. Semenyo. Now it's Haaland. Alexander-Arnold with the clearance. That is terrific skill. Fired in. That is good defending. It's been repelled. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Yehi. Rodri. It's Bernardo Silva. Goes for goal! And for a moment, time stood still. He just whacks it away. Reinders has a hit! Courtois will lay claim to that. Rodri. Reinders. Semenyo, Reinders. It's a loose ball. Cherki. He's there to receive it. Haaland! Oh, that's a fine save!
Well, you can't ask for much more than that. A difficult moment he simply had to deal with.
Howson. Chouameni. Valverde. A long ball, but not especially accurate. Now the cross. Tries to get it clear. Knocks it away. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Camavinga. That's one way of trying to make things happen. There's a few who could follow that example. And it's played forward. Haaland gets into a dangerous position. Chouameni. Valverde. Rudiger. Valverde. Forward it goes. Well played, he saw that coming. Ignoring. Reinders. Ignoring. Looks to bypass the midfield. Cleared without complication. They're not going to make any further progress now. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Through to the goalkeeper. Ignoring. Yehi. Tries to get it forward quickly. Valverde. Fernandes. And he's there to hook it away. Trying to get himself offside. Donnarumma gets it upfield. Gets it back. Bernardo Silva. Hoists it forward. Valverde. Howson. And it's played forward. Goulet. Valverde. Fernandes. Fernandes was on an adventurous run. Good run, ultimately thwarted by an astute piece of defending. Crowd appreciates good football all round there. Rodri. Yehi. Reinders.
Manchester City really are almost trying to pass the ball through a brick wall at the moment. You can see the sense of anxiety has now shifted to the stands.
It's Bernardo Silva. Nice touch. Shot at goal!
Well, he doesn't need a second invitation, even from that range.
Rodri. Bernardo Silva. Reinders. Reinders goes upfield. The movement looked promising, but eventually thwarted without doing any harm. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Out to the left it goes. Mbappe unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Rodri. Forward it goes. Rudiger with the clearance. Fernandes plays it forward. Semenyo. It's Bernardo Silva. Over to the left. That intervention was very necessary. Cuts it out. Rodri. Cherki. Bernardo Silva. Deflected behind for a corner kick. Bernardo Silva, who's short. It's Bernardo Silva. Tries a shot! Done very well to get to that.
Bernardo Silva really must have felt he had the measure of the keeper then, but how wrong he was.
Rudiger. Rudiger goes looking. Semenyo. Deftly done. Defending of the desperate variety. Tried to play it through.
Oh, that just required a bit more oomph to reach its target.
Howson. Fernandes. Howson. Valverde. Howson. Goulet. Camavinga. Rudiger. Chouameni drives it forward. No, that is pretty much the end of that. Semenyo. Goulet. Anything, Jim, to pick out of these early exchanges?
Well, neither side has really grabbed the initiative, I would say. Both must have come in with a view of not making any early mistakes. So we're seeing some conservatism here.
Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Looking to get within range. Regardless of the outcome, it is good to see someone running at the defence like that. Cherki. Tries to get it forward quickly. He's got it, shoots! Fernandes. Goulet. It's Bernardo Silva. Semenyo. Camavinga. Rudiger. Camavinga. Alexander-Arnold. Oh, it's a searing run. He is a man on a mission. Aimed in towards the centre. Gets good distance on it. Reinders. Get it through in. Haaland. That's sprayed out wide. Fernandes. Hoists it forward. Rudiger. Real Madrid have it back and they can go again. Camavinga. Alexander-Arnold. Valverde. Camavinga. Valverde. It's broken loose. Plenty of appeals, but the referee is not interested. Forward it goes. And back to base. Chouameni. Valverde. A little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Gone for a throw-in. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Camavinga. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. Now it's Haaland. It's Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Quick glance at goal. Laid back in. And out to safety. Ola battles to win it back. Reinders. Ignoring. Reinders. And it's played forward. Camavinga. Rudiger. Fernandes. Fernandes goes looking. Valverde. Camavinga. Valverde. Oh, goes direct to the front line. That's been won straight back. It's loose. Throw in. Cleared away. That's another throw. He's in space and looking for options. There are a few waiting for it. Haaland! Oh, denied brilliantly.
Well, that was high-class goalkeeping there to back up his high-class wage.
Bernardo Silva with the short one. And it's Bernardo Silva. Ignoring. And a shot!
Very speculative with little threat, if any, for the keeper.
Forward it goes. Chouameni. That's quarter of an hour gone. 0-0 still. Good chances, though.
Yeah, and it's been like a breath of fresh air to their attack. I think that switching of flanks has finally created a new and for me, much more dangerous dimension.
Danger averted for now. They've got it back as soon as they gave it away. Tchouaméni. Fernandez. Well, the crowd clearly like what they just saw. Some real no-nonsense defending.
Fernandez quickly realised that he was headed down the dead end. Maybe he was waiting to be fouled.
Cherki. Some work on the right flank. Now, what's next? He's got the ball glued to his feet. Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Tchouaméni with the foul.
Well, it was deliberate, it was cynical.
It's bounced out! Well, that wasn't too dissimilar to the previous attempt.
This is proving to be a very good spell. The intensity is great, but they've got to make it count.
Strong punch. Valverde. Alexander-Arnold. Rudiger. And it's played forward. Reinders did really well to intervene and dispel the growing danger. Cherki. Rodri. Tries to get it forward quickly. Haaland. Reinders. Reinders! Oh, that is rather wayward.
Manchester City have decided to carry on taking putt shots, but they're not closer to any joy.
Fernandez. Tchouaméni. Fernandez. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Can't get the better of his opposite number. Forward it goes. Rodri. Looking to hit the front line. Promising move that. Good inroads into enemy territory, but no joy. Rudiger. Rudiger drives it forward. Tchouaméni. Fernandez. Vinicius Junior. Cherki. Bernardo Silva plays it forward. Haaland. Camavinga. He's lifting it over. That's the end of that. It all started well enough. Hoists it forward. Bernardo Silva tries to get it forward quickly. Reinders. Semenyo. Bernardo Silva! That's a half-decent try.
A more than decent attempt, Peter.
Alexander-Arnold. Kamavinga. And it's played forward. Alexander-Arnold looks to get on the end of this. Reinders did well to step in there. That was more than necessary. Ignoring. Reinders. Can he deliver? Bernardo Silva spreads it towards the left. Valverde. Fernandez. Howson. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Good challenge, he just stood firm. Haaland. He's through the middle. Valverde. Goulet. Fernandez. Fernandez is on a run down the left wing. A heavy challenge. I have to say, that was an exemplary tackle. Stopped him dead in his tracks. Goulet gets it back. Fernandez. Valverde. Rudiger. Rudiger goes looking. Chouameni. That is as far as they're going to go. Up towards the front line. That's put paid to a promising move. Kamavinga. He's made sure that that won't get through. Reinders. Gehi. Forward it goes. Valverde. Rudiger. Kamavinga. Goulet. Chouameni tries to get it forward quickly. Yeah, that's top defending and preventing him turning, which can open up many possibilities. Cherki. Oh, that's neat. Goes for the cross. And that's been levered clear. Keeps everyone guessing. Goulet attempts a clearance. Manchester City get it back again. Will be a throw-in. Reinders. Vinicius Junior. Fernandez. Rudiger. And it's played forward. Semenyo. It's Bernardo Silva. Cherki. Alexander-Arnold. Howson. Steered forward. The ball needed to be better there. It's a wasted chance. Bernardo Silva. Glory. Needs to locate someone up front. Shapes for an overhead. Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
Well, maybe their long-range shooting is a little ambitious here, but they have plenty who can smack one, so why not?
Rudiger. Alexander-Arnold. Now it's Haaland. Reinders. Rodri. Cherky cleans it out wide. Lovely bit of skill there. Rodri. Who's ball? Who's going to get there? He's looking to get there first. Rudiger. Rudiger plays it forward. Rodri. Reinders. Camavinga. Chouameni. Glory. Pumps it into the area. This has gone, that's a foul. He's gone for it!
Oh, that was no routine save. The keeper really dug out his defence then. A magnificent effort.
And it's Bernardo Silva. Glory. Reinders. Chouameni battles to win it back. Now it's Vinicius Junior.
Voila! He's pulled off a fine save. Oh, that's a sparkling save. Absolutely sparkling. His reflexes were ultra sharp.
Tries to get it clear. Valverde. Finish. Goes to finish! He's got rid of that. Chouameni. Now it's Mbappe. Defence got the better of him this time, but I'm sure he'll go again. Glory. Reinders. Rodri. Haaland. And Bernardo Silva! Good stop. Wasn't easy.
Well, what can I say? Truly wonderful goalkeeping.
And it's hoisted clear. Bernardo Silva. Gahey. Glory drives it forward. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Valverde just brushed off the ball there. Hoists it forward. Cut out in the nick of time. And it's played forward. Fernandez. Valverde. Howson. Cherki. Good challenge, he just stood firm. Back into the middle. Camavinga goes looking. Alexander-Arnold. Mbappe. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. The ball's come loose and the chase is on. And that has been clubbed away. Valverde. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior! In towards the middle.
It's always going to be the keepers.
Forward it goes. Cherki plays it forward. Tchouameni. Howson. Tries to get it forward quickly. Oh, well intercepted. Really alert to the danger. Semenyo. Glory. It's a good run down the left-hand side. Ball's loose. Who's getting there? Goulet. Rudiger. Camavinga. Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold drives it forward. Questions were asked. He's given the answers. Rodri. Forward it goes. Drives it towards the front. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Reinders. Semenyo. Oh, sweet feet. And he heaves it forward. Alexander-Arnold. Camavinga. Howson. Hoists it forward. Rodri. Cherki. Rodri. Reinders. Haaland. Haaland! No, not quite. quickly. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Camavinga. Reinders with a good steal, well played. Semenyo. Rodri. Now it's Haaland. Camavinga. Rudiger. Semenyo. That's short. He just whacks it away. Rodri. Reinders. It's a loose ball. So who's he picking out? Turns and goes back. He's gone for it!
Well, that's confidence for you. This doesn't even bother him.
Semenyo. Ignoring. Bernardo Silva! It's off target and by quite a way.
Manchester City seem to have deployed this as a tactic that may need reconsideration.
Fernandes. It's Bernardo Silva. Now it's Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. Fernandes. Fernandes drives it forward. Dangerous looking ball. It's come to nothing. Rodri. And it's played forward. It's wrestled off the ball. He wasn't very far from making something happen by himself. Lovely to see. Alexander-Arnold. Real Madrid, lots of touches here, but not making much progress. Rudiger. Alexander-Arnold. It's an entertaining game, this. Both teams have had chances, but it's still 0-0. Howson. Chouameni.